A gorgeous Saturday morning unfolding here in the Sooner State as the crowd continuing to make their way in here to Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma City. After a long 4-year wait, the base gates are wide open as they will get the chance to witness American air power up close and personal. Good morning and welcome to day one of this 2023 Tinker Air Show. I'm Dan Hawkins from the Air Education and Training Command Public Affairs team. Absolutely delighted to be joined by my wingman, Airman First Class McKenna Gott from the PA team out at Nellis Air Force Base. McKenna, good morning.
Good morning, Dan. I'm so excited to be here. The weather is shaping up to be the perfect day for an air show. We have some cloud cover, which is nice. And those of you tuning in, thank you for watching Tinker TV. The theme of this year's air show is STEM Takes Flight, highlighting the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics that go into making human flight possible. And Dan, we have a heavy hitter lineup of acts this weekend, including the United States Navy Blue Angels. I actually got to see them for the first time yesterday during rehearsal. It was absolutely astonishing, so you want to stay tuned for that as they are our headliner. You also are going to get to see the United States Air Force F-35 demonstration team.
And you have a triad of operational missions that fly right here every day through the Oklahoma skies. We're going to see an E-3 Sentry airborne warning and control system aircraft. We'll see the Navy Strategic Communication Wing 1's E-6B Mercury in the airs this weekend, as well as a KC-135 Stratotaker in tandem with the C-17 demonstration team from the First Command out at Air Education and Training Command, Altus Air Force Base. The Wings of Blue are happening, the national anthem about to be happening, but we've got a lot of civilian acts as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see multiple civilian acts, including World War II demo, Tora Tora Tora, as well as a host of other aerial and ground displays. It's going to be a great weekend.
We're thrilled now to be joined by Lieutenant General Stacy Hawkins, a 1991 graduate of the United States Air Force Academy, and who, as the Air Force Sustainment Center commander, responsible for 27 geographic locations, served 40,000 airmen, 3 air logistics complexes, 3 air base. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. How are you?
Doing well, Dan, and Airman God, it's so great to be here. I'm humbled to serve the men and women of the Air Force Sustainment Center. A lot of stuff is part of our portfolio, but the men and women make this happen every day, and I'm just humbled to be their teammate. What a great air show day.
Yeah, and how great is it? I mean, Tinker has not had an air show in 4 years, and such a great community partnership here, but how great is it to have the gates wide open?
I tell you, it's long overdue. You know, we came out of a global pandemic a few years ago. Dan, I'm not sure if you knew this about me, but I spent my formative years in the Air Force. I was the maintenance officer for the Air Force Thunderbirds, and I was on the air show circuit for 2 seasons from 2000 to 2001. And I tell you, this is Americana. This is bringing Americana back, and the folks who are streaming through our gates to see a great air show day. Surprisingly, the temps are down. I think we're right at high 70s, low 80s, so it's not been blistering hot as it's been across the country. So a great day to come out and see American air power displayed, capped off by the oldest air demonstration team in the history of this country, the Blue Angels.
Yeah.
Well, the theme of the air show is STEM Takes Flight, and when it comes to the Air Force Materiel Command mission, and by extension, of course, your mission, how important is STEM to the life cycle management of logistics?
I tell you, it's vitally important. And the Air Force Materiel Command, who's commanded by my boss, General Duke Richardson, we have 6 centers, and the Air Force Sustainment Center is one. And the 42,000 people who make up the Air Force Sustainment Center, we preserve America's readiness, and we do it through depot maintenance, managing the Air Force's supply chain, and we have an expansive software engineering ecosystem where we have software professionals also doing that work. And science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, key to that. To all of the young people out there in the audience, as you're coming up through school, really focus on science and math. Because the technologies and the advanced technologies that we'll be bringing into the Air Force inventory in the future, they will be foundationally built on science, math, and technology. And to the extent that our students are studying those fields, will make them better prepared to join our team, but also to explore a field of experience and a field of opportunity wherever they decide to take their talents. So we're really proud to feature STEM Takes Flight, which is where we're featuring everything from robotics engineering disciplines. If you go over to that part of the air show today, you'll see a lot of things, a lot of exciting things happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, sir, we know that the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex plays a huge role in the Air Force Sustainment Center mission. Can you speak more specifically to what the Air Logistics Complex team does here at Tinker?
Well, right here at Tinker Air Force Base, Tinker is one of our 3 anchor bases. And here at Tinker Air Force Base, the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex, they provide depot maintenance for our bomber and tanker fleets, B-52, B-1, KC-46, and KC-135. They're also the propulsion center of excellence. So the array of Air Force engine propulsion systems maintained right here at Tinker Air Force Base. We also have a software engineering group. And also the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex actually supports 2 legs of our nuclear triad, with the bomber leg and also the E-6B Mercury, which is actually a Navy aircraft. So we are a joint supporting organization, the largest depot of the 3. And again, 10,000 Americans coming through these gates every day to preserve a readiness for the United States of America.
Yeah, and earlier this year, you talked at the Logistics Officer Association, and I watched that, and I was fascinated because you were talking about not only knowing what your boss is thinking about, that may interest you, but that you were fascinated about your boss's boss. And I think about General Brown, I think about Secretary Kendall and operational imperatives. But what you guys do in the big picture for strategic competition, it really can't be understated, and it happens not only here in Oklahoma City, but across the Sustainment Center. But you guys are absolutely critical in strategic competition.
Absolutely. So when you look at our national defense strategy, this complex, the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex and the larger Air Force Sustainment Center, we directly support meeting the objectives of that strategy. I have 4 priorities as the Air Force Sustainment Center commander. One is we need to produce the promise for our nation's warfighters. We have 2 major threats that we're actually trying to deter. One is the threat posed by Russia and its aggression, its tendencies, but also the threat posed by the People's Republic of China. And so to the extent that we can actually field capabilities to actually deter those threats, to keep America's values and freedoms preserved, that's what we're all about. And we do that from actually supporting my 4 priorities: produce the promise, people make it happen, process is the way we do it, which is our AOP, Art of the Possible mission culture, and preparing for future competition and warfighting. To the extent that we actually follow those priorities and materialize them, we're able to support the Secretary's 7 operational imperatives in support of that national defense strategy. So it's really exciting work, and we're proud to do it.
And now we know how important partnerships with the community are, and it's amazing just to look around and see the community that has come out here today. But can you speak to the economic impact that Tinker has on the local Oklahoma City area?
Well, Tinker has been the largest single site organization in the state of Oklahoma. So there's no larger single site that's actually jolting the economy from economic impact, billions of dollars each year. Again, 10,000 folks, mostly civilian. 90% of our organization here at the Oklahoma City complex made up of civilians who are born and bred in the community, give back to the community, shop in the community, and that economic impact is tremendous. When we also look at partnerships, we also talk about partnerships with industry. So much of what we do is not just part of what we do inside the organic industrial base, but we actually partner across the defense organizations, the defense industrial base rather, and private sector commercial companies locate and relocate to Tinker to be close to the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex so we can actually strengthen and bolster those partnerships with industry. So just a network effect of outsized impact on this local area and the state at large.
Well, obviously, kind of talking to the single-site employer thing, recruiting from maybe 2 fronts, sir. Obviously, a lot of civilians work here, but there's a lot of opportunity to work here at Tinker.
Yeah, so we're growing. We're growing as an organization. Our software organization alone, we're looking at 4 to 8% year-over-year growth. And those partnerships also extend to our academic institutions, our trade schools, our vocational colleges. It just goes on and on as to how this entire ecosystem fuels the mission that happens here at Tinker Air Force Base in the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex. Just really proud of the partnerships across the board with industry, with academia, with local vendors and local businesses. It takes this entire village to keep this mission going.
And one of the reasons why we do air shows is recruiting, but also for Big Blue, for regular, the total force, guard, reserve. And we just saw you swear in the newest recruits, and that's very cool. And you talked about the 50 years of the all-volunteer force. It makes us unique as a country. But can you talk about why these things are so important from a recruiting perspective, and talk about maybe why you joined the Air Force, what drew you in, because it's such a great place to be.
Absolutely. So 50 years ago, the President of the United States made the decision to establish an all-volunteer force. We're not like some countries where we require people. We don't have compulsory service. We once did, and it was called the draft. But in 1973, the President established the all-volunteer force, and this is the reason why we are the greatest military force that's ever been fielded in the history of the world, for that matter. Unfortunately, we've had some struggles actually meeting our recruiting targets over the years. And today, air shows all over the nation that happen on Saturdays and Sundays all across the nation is our way of opening our gates, inviting people to come and actually see up close what we do as the United States military. So many Americans, when they talk about what motivated them to serve, they often go back to attending an air show. And it's an open event. It's something to where you can actually get up close to our aircraft. You can actually see real live airmen, and it just it brings you in, and it actually compels you to want to say, I want to be like them. And it's not just the technology, but it's the values, our core values that we represent in the Air Force, which are integrity, service before self, and excellence in all we do. So this is a way that we can actually field that, close our recruiting shortfalls, meet those recruiting targets, and to keep that tradition of volunteer service alive in this country.
Sir, we are honored. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and chat with us today.
Thank you for being here today, and looking forward to a great day. If you're out there and you're thinking about whether to come out to the air show today, it's not as blistering hot as we thought it would be. It's the perfect day to come out. We have vendors all around, folks who are bringing their products to show, and we got food, we got hydration. And it's a beautiful day to come out to watch American Air Power, and looking forward to being here today. Thank you all so much, Dan and Airman God. I appreciate y'all being here.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much,
Right.
sir. That
Thank
was Lieutenant General Stacy Hawkins, commander of the Air Force Sustainment Center here at Tinker Air Force Base. So glad that he could stop by. And McKenna, there we see the Wings of Blue jumping in. How cool is this? We're underway.
That is amazing. Something you don't see every day, that's for sure.
Yep, so the Wings of Blue from the United States Air Force Academy jumping in. We're getting close to the really start of the flying acts. The national anthems will be coming up here soon, but the Wings of Blue have been jumping for quite a long time, since the 60s, believe it or not. That's an incredibly long time, but they don't just jump, McKenna. I don't know if you knew this or not, but they actually teach airmanship classes at the United States Air Force Academy, and so putting on their airmanship skills here in front of a great crowd, and General Hawkins talked to it, but what a great crowd that has filed in. I mean, just even like 30 minutes ago, there was a lot of room behind us, but it's starting to fill up here.
Yeah, it is starting to get packed for sure. All across the flight line, everyone is just piling in, and this is the perfect way to start the day with the Wings of Blue coming down. It just gives you that sense of pride, and everyone is so excited for the rest of the day. I know I am.
Yeah, I mean, I was just curious, what act are you probably the most excited to see? Because there's a lot of cool stuff. We're going to see explosions. We're going to see fifth-generation fighters. I mean, what are you excited to see?
That is a really tough question, but I think I'm most excited to see the civilian act, Tora. I haven't seen them before either, and I'm super excited just to see how that plays out.
All right, well, we're going to send it out for the first time today out to the narrator out there at Show Center, Rob Ryder.
blue sky is one of the best things I've ever done, Rob, if I do say so myself. As our jumpers come out of final, give it up for Master Sergeant Soria and your Tinker Air Force Base Wing Commander, Colonel Sebrin. And a smooth touchdown landing for our two jumpers. Let's give one more round of applause for today's jumpers, ladies and gentlemen. Today's jumpers will be packing their parachutes by the Special Forces tent. Come on out to help our jumpers pack and meet the wings of blue. To stay up to date with on behalf of Lieutenant Colonel Tusher, Commander, thank you and blue skies.
Back here at Airshow Central, you see the jelly belly of Kent Peace up in the air. The Interstate Cadet, that's a 37-foot wingspan. He does 3 amazing acts, so fun. So the aerial acts, McKenna, are underway, and the crowd still continuing to file in.
Absolutely. And with Jelly Belly, he does aerial comedy acts. He does a wingtip scrape. That I can't even believe this. Sounds so scary to me, but that is awesome that he has the talent to be able to do that.
So let's send it out to the third member now of our crew, and that's going to be Clayton Cummings from the 72nd Air Base Wing Public Affairs team, and he is going to be joining us all weekend long with updates from the field, and he is going to talk about some aircraft in the United States Air Force inventory that date back to the 1950s. Clayton, good morning, sir.
Good morning to the both of you. We're live from the flight line here of the 2023 Tinker Air Show. Folks are so excited. This has been a long time in the making. 4 years. Normally we do an air show every 2 years, but COVID-19 canceled our show 2 years ago. Thousands of people are out here. I'm making a ton of friends. One of the folks I do want to introduce you to, Kayla and her family are out here enjoying the air show. What do you think so far?
It's pretty amazing. I've never seen them this close before.
It's really nice. What act are you looking forward to seeing today?
Probably the Blue Angels.
Yes, that'll be a show.
Yes, absolutely.
Kayla, I hope you and your family have a good time. Thanks so much for talking to us. Yeah, believe it or not, there are tons of things that happen on base that many don't know about. And one of the programs that is essential to the Air Force is a program called REACT.
On the list of things a 3D printer is able to print, you can add airplane parts to the list. It's a thing, and it's happening at Tinker Air Force Base.
If you give some very skilled engineers and technicians access to advanced technologies like 3D printers and scanners, there's a lot of complex problems they can solve for the Air Force.
This is REACT, or the Reverse Engineering and Critical Tooling Lab. Here, engineers can scan old aircraft parts, then print a new one off. The parts printed are identical, sometimes even more durable than before.
I'm always surprised by, we might buy a scanner, think I'm going to use it to reverse engineer, and instead we use it to help install a door in an aircraft correctly.
Thousands of taxpayer dollars have been saved recreating parts or totally re-engineering them for an aging aircraft fleet. What started as a team of 9 a decade ago has grown to 40 employees today.
We've branched out to the Marines, the Navy, Hill Air Force Base, all sorts of Whiteman Air Force Base, so we have a wide reach. Our names kind of got out there.
The future for additive manufacturing is a bright one. Getting experience in the field is easy.
There's all sorts of programs out there that you can get kids involved with early. And same thing, going through high school, you can find the same kind of opportunities.
At Tinker Air Force Base, I'm Clayton Cummins.
It really is amazing the technology, how far that has come. Dan, we'll send things back to you.
Thanks, Clayton. Make sure you put some sunscreen on out there. You're going to need it all day traversing that flight line, so he's going to have a lot of fun out there today.
Yes, and did you see how cute that baby was?
Oh, yeah.
This is the perfect family-friendly event. If you're in the area, definitely come out and check it out. We would love to have you out here.
Yeah, we'll be here all day, but for right now, let's send it back out to the airshow narrator, Rob Ryder.
In front of you, and I want you to land the airplane right now.
Okay, just a minute now. That's easy for you to say. Little down, please.
Okay, that's good. Now, there's a red knob on the left called a throttle. Oh, you just scraped a wing.
That was a wing, dear.
Oh, yeah. You don't shake your tail feathers at me, you young whippersnapper.
This thing right in front of me, a tower?
Yeah, that's a tower there. That's the negative Ghost Rider. The tower is full.
That was fun.
Okay, here's what I want you to be careful now. I want you to use that stick. You can use the rudder and the stick to turn right or left, and then pull back on the stick. You get higher, push forward on the stick, and get lower.
Banking.
All right. Okay, now, Chuck, pull up. Pull up. Pull up, Chuck!
Oh, I think I just did.
Oh! Well, oh no. You just lost a wheel.
Got a wheel problem.
I think you certainly have. It's on the roll, though. All right, Chuck Dramamine, I want you to get on the ground. I want you to use the throttle. It's by your left hand over there. You can pull that back and slow down a bit. And I want you to use the stick and your left rudder to turn left a little bit. Not easy, Chuck. Just gently. Do it gently. And ease it back.
Busy right now.
No, you can't be too busy. I got it. You're busy. Why?
I can't. I'm doing paperwork.
Listen, this is not a time to do paperwork, Chuck. I want you to get on the ground right now. What kind of paperwork are you doing?
Very important paperwork.
Oh, that kind of paperwork.
Yeah, I got to get that back.
Toilet paper. Oh, no. Well, good luck on getting it back. Oh, you got it. Well, you got some back. Are you all right now?
Doing better, boss.
Okay, well, listen, I want you to land the airplane now, so take it easy. Don't spin it. Don't easy. Little left, little back stick on the. Okay, good. Now I want you to follow that road down and gently make a turn the other direction to the right. Yeah, that's better. Now come. Where are you going, Chuck?
I'm dizzy.
You're dizzy or busy? Okay. All right. Well, if you can see that runway now, pull back on that red knob, the throttle on the left, and aim for it, and gently let the stick go forward, okay? Okay, gently back, not too much back pressure on the stick. Easy. Little back pressure, just a little back pressure. There you go. Keep the wheels straight. Keep your pedals straight. And there you go. You're down. You're bouncing it. Well, okay, you can. Now you're slowing down pretty good. Way to go, Chuck.
Can't get the tail down.
Well, pull back on the throttle. That works.
the structure. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Kent Peach, the world-famous Kent Peach, award-winning pilot who will be flying 2 more times for you today. Let's give it up from Minot, North Dakota, Mr. Kent Peach in the Jelly Belly Interstate Cadet. Way to go, partner. And he wants to thank the folks at Jelly Belly Candy Company, the company that makes those 50 varieties of gourmet-flavored jelly beans that were popularized by then President Ronald Reagan when he took them into the White House. They're from Fairfield, California. You go to jellybelly.com and you can order those, and it's just a wonderful way to enjoy sweets. But what a pilot we've seen here. Winner of the 2 main performer awards in the air show industry, the Bill Barber Award for Air Show Showmanship and also the International Council of Air Shows Art Scholl Memorial Showmanship Award. He will be back later. What a treat it is to have Kent Peach here today. What a treat indeed. Coming up in just a couple of moments, we're going to see.
Stand by to toss back to Dan. And go Dan. Audio.
How cool was that, being able to watch Jelly Belly's comedy aerial act? That was so awesome. But hey, if you are heading out here yourself, be sure that you are following Tinker on their social media channels at Tinker Air Force Base on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most up-to-date information. Also, you can check out the official app. The Air Force Connect app is the official app of the 2023 Tinker Air Show, so be sure to download it on your favorite app store.
Yeah, and so there's also some things, if you're coming out, prohibited that you cannot bring on to the installation. It is a Department of Defense installation. After all, you can see those items on your screen. Obviously, don't bring any drugs or alcohol, weapons, things of that nature. Unfortunately, you can't bring a cooler, but there is a list there of things you can bring, and I would recommend sunscreen and ear protection.
Yeah, absolutely. And with everyone coming out here, traffic might get a little backed up, and you just want to make your entrance as smooth as possible. Like we said, no coolers, but don't worry, there are plenty of vendors here.
Yeah, we can smell it all right next to our broadcast position, actually. But just a plug for Tinker's social media. They are online. In fact, our field reporter, Clayton, has been out and about. I've seen some updates from him on their Tinker Air Force Base Facebook page as well just a little while ago. So we hope that you can take some time and check out all the latest updates. You can see behind us earlier, maybe an hour ago, it was definitely not this full, starting to fill up.
Yeah, it's getting more packed and packed every second.
Yeah, and there, oh, what a great shot.
Wow.
And I got to give a plug out to our 2nd Audio-Visual Squadron crew from Hill Air Force Base who are here this weekend, along with the 3rd Audio-Visual Squadron crew from J Base San Antonio, Lackland. They are providing the pictures all weekend long. But McKenna, how beautiful is that shot?
It's amazing. I love that everyone is able to come check this out in person, but if you're not able to, again, shout out to the crew for being able to pull this up and make it happen. Yeah,
and so the crowd trying to get the best seats in the house because the Blue Angels, of course, will be the headline act. They'll fly at around 1,500. That's actually when the ground performance and so we're going to pitch out to the air show narrator, Rob Ryder, for a few minutes.
And right here in Oklahoma. And this base, Tinker Air Force Base, is the largest single-site employer in the entire state of Oklahoma.
And what it does for our United States Air Force is you can strip an airplane down to basically the ribs on the wings, and you take apart everything and go right. You come out with a new airplane when you're done with one here.
Yeah, so getting back to the B-52, which is just one of the aircraft here, we're planning on flying that aircraft till it's almost 100 years old, so it has to come back here every few years to get some work done on it and put it back out into the fleet so it's ready, and we sustain that combat power here at Oklahoma.
And with the 744 of those B-52s that were originally built, only about 70 or 75 remain, so it is incumbent upon the team, Team Tinker, to make sure they keep flying, because they are part of the nuclear deterrent for our country, to make sure nobody's going to try to do anything untoward, even though the bomber has been flying since the early 1950s.
That's correct. Just about 75 left. And if you think about Tinker, and since you talked about, our nuclear deterrent capability is centered here at Tinker Air Force Base with the Navy that flies the E-6B here. And then we've got the B-52, we've got the KC-46, we got the KC-135, all designed to refuel those aircraft to keep them airborne so that we protect our country day in, day out.
As we look out there, we can see B-1 bombers. We have the B-1, that's part of the triad of nuclear deterrent aircraft. We have the B-2 stealth bomber from up at White Air Force Base in Kansas City.
That's right.
We have the B-52 from Minot in North Dakota and Barksdale. But they're deployed all over the world. And when they come back, they not only get serviced and maintained and made sure that they are airworthy, but a lot of significant upgrades go into those aircraft as well as technology changes.
That's correct. So the B-52, we will change the designator of that aircraft here very shortly to the B-52J. It will get new engines, it will get new avionics, it will get new radar. So again, trying to keep our air power as good as we can keep it, as long as we can keep it. And then here in the not too distant future, we'll be home for depot maintenance for the B-21, which is our next generation of strategic deterrent aircraft.
And all that kind of research and stuff that goes on, it's just amazing the talent of the people, both military and civilian. And thank you again, Colonel, for opening up your base to all of us.
All right, back here at the Broadcast Central, Dan Hawkins, McKenna Gott with you. So delighted you could join us for this 2023 Tinker Air Show. STEM Takes Flight is the theme of this year's air show, and it seems very appropriate to have the maintenance chief for the United States Navy's Blue Angels here with us, Senior Chief Alejandro Benito. Chief, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, excited to have you.
Thank you very much.
So I wanted to ask you first, the Blue Angels, obviously professionals, and you fly really cool airplanes, but tell us a little bit about the Blue Angels and your mission.
So again, it's Navy and Marines. We have the C-130 and the F-18s. The Marines take care of the C-130. Marines and Navy take care of the F-18s. So both components working together to make sure that we have safe demonstrations every day. So it's great.
And there's no doubt it takes an entire team to keep a fleet of FA-18 Hornets flying. But what would you say? You said earlier that you've been here 2 years. You've had some experience. What would you say is the biggest challenge in getting the Blue Angels off the ground?
So right now you're seeing the jets Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and then we leave on Sunday. But this team has been working since Monday to groom the jets, get them ready. Tuesday we fly, Wednesday we fly. We're making sure that all the jets are prepared for this weekend. So it starts from Monday morning to right now, just to make sure everything's good to go.
So it's a super high-tempo job
Exactly.
for you all.
Yes.
Yeah, so maintenance, obviously, what you do, it's your business, and because of the theme of this year's air show, talking about STEM, and it's so important to the missions here at Tinker Air Force Base, but can you talk about, obviously the importance of STEM education and how you guys incorporate that in your daily lives as maintenance professionals?
So electrical, hydraulics, everything you can think of what makes an aircraft fly, that is what we have to fix. So we have to know the theory of operations. We need to know very basic things from how does electricity run, how much pressure does ailerons, stabs, everything works in order for us to be able to troubleshoot every day to make sure that the jets are ready to go. So that takes a lot.
That's awesome. So what would you say, in your experience, has been the most exciting aspect of being a Blue Angels maintenance officer?
Okay, so one of the most exciting things is being able to honestly talk to children because they see us and they're going crazy about how do you guys get the jets ready to go. And we try to keep it as basic as possible just to make sure they understand. But it's how many people can see the jets, but the countless hours that we have to put into them. Just seeing someone smile is honestly the most exciting thing about it. So.
All right. We see a C-17 Globemaster taking to the skies, the KC-135 in the air. So I know as a maintenance guy at heart, you're loving watching those
great,
things
yes.
get off the ground, right?
Absolutely.
So very cool stuff. I did want to ask because, I've asked the Thunderbirds this, but are there some super secret Blue Angels handshake things that you guys do? Do you have some cool Top Gun stuff? Give us just a little behind the curtain.
So every officer, pilot has a crew chief, and they have their own little thing that they do, particular to each pilot. and only they know, honestly. So even the rest of the team sometimes doesn't know, and then after a while we start noticing, okay, cool, so it's going to be a good day. They did their secret handshake.
Okay, so like me and McKenna got to work on our super secret handshake that none of the crew can find out.
It's pretty
all right. I like that. I like it. Well, Senior Chief Benito, we really appreciate your time. We really appreciate you and the Blue Angels coming and spending time with us and the greater Oklahoma City community. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right, so let's send it back out to the narrator, Rob Ryder.
The 97th Air Mobility Wing at Altus Air Force Base has the unique mission of training the world's C-17 and KC-135 Stratotanker pilots, loadmasters, and boom operators. Each year, 2,000 students graduate from the rigorous air crew training at Altus. And to showcase some of this unique training, we are going to be able to see these two aircraft in formation later on during the display. Flying the C-17 today. Our Major Victor Bro, Captain Justin Griswold, and Captain Zachary Marks are the safety pilot, and their assistant. I'm sorry, I'm talking about the wrong airplane. I'll get that straightened out just a moment. With a top speed of 515 miles per hour. Take a look now as the C-17 approaches from the left in a high-speed pass. Close to 45 degrees bang. Major Jonathan Crawley, Major Travis Rich, and Major Emily Bartmeyer are piloting this aircraft today. The loadmaster is Sergeant Mitchell Thompson. Among the crew members aboard the C-17, they have accumulated over 12,000 hours flying various Air Force aircraft. The C-17 incorporates a very advanced capability for loading over 102 combat troops or 160,000 pounds of cargo, including an MLA-1 Abrams battle tank. Up front, it's changed a lot. Typically, aircraft of this size have a control yoke or a control wheel that will enable the pilot to bank left or right and pull back to go up and push forward to go down. But this airplane has a bit of an identity crisis because it has a stick like a fighter jet. It also has something that fighter aircraft have had for many, many years, and that is called a heads-up display, or HUD. It's a piece of glass onto which is projected pertinent flight information so that the pilot doesn't have to look down into the cockpit to see his or her airspeed, attitude, climb rate, altitude, and other pertinent weapons and systems information. But as we see the C-17 approach now from the right, it is going into a situation or a regime called aerodynamically dirty. The landing gear is extended. The leading edge slats on the front of the wing are extended. The trailing edge flaps are also extended, changing the shape of the wing dramatically to give it exceptional slow speed handling capability. Coming through at
So it's got a quadruple redundant digital flight control system. As the pilot banks to the left, by moving that stick to the left, it's computers that do the work. But if all of those fail, there is still a manual backup, safeguarding against any sort of abnormal situation. Representing the 97th Air Mobility Wing, the 97th Operations Group, and the 54th Air Refueling Squadron, and the 58th Airlift Squadron, the C-17 and the KC-135 is demonstrating for us today. The C-17 also has the distinction of being one of the three most expensive aircraft in the United States Air Force, or I should say the United States military. The most expensive one being the B-2 stealth bomber. Only 22 of those were built. They came in at about $737 million a copy. Then the E-3 Sentry, the Airborne Warning and Control, or AWACS aircraft, comes in at $270 million. We'll see one of those later on today with a Team Tinker demonstration. And the C-17 comes in at number 3 at about $218 million a copy. About 275 were built, 220 or so remain in service with the United States military. And there you see a very, very rapid demonstration of a steep bank 360-degree turn. If we go back to the 1940s, the Douglas Aircraft Corporation built the C-54 that was so important in the Berlin airlift after World War II in 1948. But then came the first of the Globemaster aircraft, the C-74, that was ordered in 1945, but the orders were canceled at the war's end. Then after that, a four-piston-engined aircraft known as the C-124 Globemaster II came in. And then the C-133 Cargo Master, only 50 of those were built. And in a moment, we're going to see the C-17 Globemaster III, carrying on that name of Globemaster, teamed up with the KC-135. In the meantime, take a look, if you will, at the aircraft taxiing up to the right of Show Center. It is a very, very impressive airplane called the P-51C Mustang, and let me tell you just a little bit about it. in the P-51C that will demonstrate its flight tomorrow, honoring the Tuskegee Airmen. You get a chance to look at it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, way out, maybe 3 or 4 miles out to the left, the KC-135 Stratotanker is going to go form up just in front of and above the C-17 Globemaster III. Aerial refueling started way back in the early days of aviation when pilots tried to figure out a way to extend the range of an aircraft without having to land and refuel. And on YouTube, there are pictures and there are videos of 2 World War I biplanes, probably Jenny trainers, Curtiss Jenny trainers, one with a hose hanging down and the one below it with a guy standing up on the wing trying to grab that hose and put it into the gas cap, into the gas tank to refuel it. It's easier now, but it is a very, very significantly challenging skill for the pilot of the KC-135, the boom operator who actually lays on his or her stomach at the rear of the aircraft looking out the back with 2 sticks to guide what they call the flying boom into the receptacle of the receiver aircraft, be it an F-16, be it an F-22, be it an F-35 or an F-15 or an A-10 or even a B-52 bomber, or in this case the C-17 Globemaster III. From the 97th Air Mobility Wing, here comes the demonstration in pre-contact position. The movement when they get up within 20 feet of one another, the movement of one aircraft will affect the movement of the other. The boom operator extends that boom and literally flies it into the receptacle of the receiver aircraft. Ladies and gentlemen, the KC-135 and the C-17 Globemaster III. In the KC-135 today, Captain Zachary Marks, the co-pilot Captain Justin Griswold, the safety pilot Major Vic Bro, and the boom operator is Master Sergeant Lucas Treat. I mentioned earlier that the KC-135 Stratotanker went into production in the late 1950s. And of the 800, 400 have been modified with new engines. This CFM56 turbofan engine that generates 21,600 pounds of thrust. It enables the KC-135 Stratotanker to transfer over 200,000 pounds of fuel Now that transposes in terms of gallons to over 29,000 gallons. And a talented boom operator of a KC-135 Stratotanker can transfer enough fuel to operate your car for a year. Now, if you'll look to your right, the KC-135R Stratotanker with those new bigger engines is going to do a low pass about 10 feet above the runway. The skill of the pilots is going to be demonstrated here. When they land, which you will see as well, you will see just how close the inner engine nacelles, or the containers for the engines, are to the ground. The pilots can only bank 3 degrees left or right without scraping those engine nacelles on the runway. And behind it, getting ready to do a special tactical landing, a short field landing, is the C-17. Here comes Zachary Marks, Justin Griswold, Vic Bro, and Lucas Treat in the 135, the KC-135. This was the predecessor to the Boeing 707 passenger jet that helped change the world. Give it up for the 135, everybody. Now coming in at 140 miles per hour, getting ready to touch down. When it touches down, I want you to keep your eyes on the engine nacelles of the C-17. Panels will open up, and they will engage what are called the thrust reversers. Instead of having the thrust generated going out the back, it'll come forward and make it go in reverse. So as it touches down, check now, touchdown, the panels will open up on the sides, watch them open up, and this is about as much noise as this airplane's ever going to make. Now do you see the backup camera? The door that's opened at the back, that's the loadmaster of the C-17. That's Master Sergeant Mitchell Thompson. As advanced as the aircraft is, it does not have a backup cam. He's got to open the door and tell the pilots how to turn around and how to back up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant Colonel McDonald, first name again is Jonathan McDonald. You just came running up here. You've got an interactive experience for everybody here at our STEM event, right?
We are now joined by Rebecca Peterson, who not only was named the 2022 Oklahoma Teacher of the Year, but the 2023 National Teacher of the Year. Rebecca, that's amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, can you tell us a little bit about the background of your career?
Yeah, so I actually started out at the college level and taught there for 3 years and then switched over to Union High School and have been there since 2012 and just love it. I teach high school mathematics ranging from remedial math to AP calculus, and so I'm just so excited to be here with STEM Takes Flight because STEM is, it's my heart.
Yes, exactly. I'm glad that you mentioned that. The theme of our air show is STEM Takes Flight. Can you speak to the importance of STEM in the future of education, especially here in Oklahoma?
Yeah, what I love about STEM is that it taps into our students' inherent creativity, right? It teaches them how to explore, how to experience, how to collaborate, problem solve, think critically, how to read graphs and charts. And these are skills like we need in our upcoming jobs and also just in our daily lives. And so I'm such a passionate proponent for making sure that every student has a STEM pathway that they are passionate about, because STEM, it helps us take flight, right? It helps us envision our dreams and pursue our passions.
Yeah, that's amazing. What are some ways that you would like to see STEM incorporated into the curriculum?
Yeah, I think that what I would love to see is more just interconnections, right, intersections between curriculum. So just like I get excited about bringing history into math, I'd love to see math and science connected with the humanities. I always say that there's this like rhythmic, meditative aspect of mathematics and aspect in math, and so to bring the connections for our students, it's going to make it just even more exciting and more accessible to all kids.
Yeah, so I'm curious how you bring in potentially like a love of aviation maybe and into the STEM classroom. Is that something that you guys talk about?
Yeah, we do our best. We really try to bring in all kinds of careers and professions into the types of questions that we ask our kids, because we want to spur this excitement, right? So with aviation and math, we might talk about angle of elevation, or in calculus, we might talk about rate of fuel consumption. And so to bring in all these various careers is so important, because we want to make sure that every kid is excited about STEM.
Yeah, and what is it, do you think, as you teach obviously every day in the classroom, what is today's generation? How do they take to STEM? What are the things they're interested in? And I'm sure how you maybe received your education now today, they think differently than, generations past. So what are you seeing in today?
Yeah, I think particularly post-pandemic, they're looking for spaces where they can work together, right? They want to do math with each other. They want me to do math with them, not at them, right? So they're looking for collaborative spaces. They're looking for ways they can work together, where they can problem solve together. They're looking for ways to be pushed, but to still feel safe, right? They want to grow. They are, I think this generation maybe understands better than other generations that mistakes are proof we're trying. And they have, I think, a really beautiful growth mindset in general. And so they're willing to try. They're willing to push themselves. And I think we as educators have to meet that need.
Well, and I think throughout the history of the Air Force, DNA has kind of been in the blood of American airmen. So I think those are maybe the attributes that we need here on our team in the Air and Space Forces. So, yeah. So just curious, what are you going to do now as this reigning national champion, if you will? Like, so what does the next year or so look like for you? I hear it's pretty busy.
It's pretty busy. I've got, they said, a minimum of 150, more likely 200 engagements throughout the next year. Today's actually my first official day. It's July 1 to June 30th. So really this coming school year. And I'm trying to say I'm not leaving the classroom. My classroom just expanded, right? So I'll be traveling all across the United States, learning from teachers, talking hopefully with teachers, and hopefully inspiring a new generation of teachers.
Well, we're thankful that you inspire the kids of today. So thank you. Congratulations on your wonderful award. And, hope you have a wonderful year in your expanded classroom.
Thank you so much.
So right now we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights through the first hour plus of this 2023 Tinker Air Show.
as the Little Friends. They were escorting bomber aircraft from some 70 bases in Great Britain over to German-held territory to targets.
When the Mustang became outfitted with a Rolls-Royce Merlin
miles per hour. It had a radiator like our cars, a V12 engine. But the Rolls-Royce original engines were actually built one at a time, and they couldn't build them fast enough to meet up with the demand for the production line of the Mustang aircraft by North American. So it was American ingenuity and mass production techniques that made and metal motors to keep these airplanes flying throughout the war. The Packard Motor Car Company, Michigan, manufactured over 6,000 Merlin engines, and to this day, some parts will actually fit in the motors of these aircraft as they have to be replaced. And just as a point of interest, when Packard built these aircraft engines, Merlin engines, very precisely stopping the airplane each and every 45 miles. The companies that were involved in helping pack those motors is very interesting. As a matter of fact, on some of the valve cover casings on this aircraft and some of these Mustangs, there is a name that you will recognize, and that's Maytag. The same company that makes our home appliances today. They were making parts for the engines that flew along, that helped our guys keep these airplanes flying. Let's listen one more time as it comes by. This is a very rare sound indeed, the P-51C Mustang from the Commemorative Air Force. That was the air intake for the oil cooler to cool the engine down. On the original design of the aircraft,
got put on the F-16 Fighting Falcon some 30 years later. Same piece of technology. Now I want to see if I can go live to the cockpit. Say hello to Doug Rosendahl. Hello, Rosie. Do you got me? Hey, friend. The Mustang is perfect to hear the hum of that Packard-built Rolls-Royce engine.
I'd like to dedicate this final pass to all those who are serving now, have served, and especially to the Tuskegee Airmen who made a tremendous difference in the world we live in today. And so again, on behalf of all the members, and there's lots of CAF members here today, we appreciate that. To the Tuskegee Airmen and all who served, here we come.
Thank you, Rosie. We're looking forward to it. Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready. Hold them sideways. It'll be easier to track.
Give us a countdown for us, Rosie. From the left. Ladies and gentlemen, he can hear you in the cockpit. Give Doug Rosendahl a big round of applause. Hear that, partner?
Thank you, everybody. We'll be on the ground.
And you can see that aircraft close up near the Rise Above exhibit here on the field and learn the story of the Tuskegee Airmen here at our show today. Have you picked up your free air show map presented by Loves? This free map has lots of information about the air show and an autograph section so you can get your favorite pilot's signature. Thank you, Loves, for sponsoring the air show map. And take some time to go up to the north end of the air show to STEM City, presented by Oklahoma Aeronautics Commission. This year's air show theme is STEM Takes Flight. Be sure to take kids ages 4 to 12th grades, where many interactive activities, including flying drones, robotics, flight simulators, and more are taking place. This free STEM City has over 20 vendors with a host of STEM-related hands-on activities. That Rise Above exhibit is presented by Northrop Grumman. Also, the Rise Above exhibit talks about the WASP, the Women's Air Service Pilots, who also supported the World War effort. Be sure to see the authentic and famous Red Tail 50 P-51 as it goes by and gets ready to land. You'll get a chance to get up close and personal with it. The landing gear is down on the P-51C model Mustang. That particular model had an older style canopy and cockpit. The most definitive model of the Mustang was the P-51D, and it incorporated a bubble canopy to greatly increase the visibility and situational awareness of the pilot. And if you look there directly in front, you see some smoke from an airplane that's sitting there on the ramp. Doug Rosendahl will land, and then we're going to go on to the beginning of the jet age shortly after World War II. And there is one other thing I want you to take a look at as the Mustang touches down. Look at it and look how far apart the main gear wheels are. That wide stance made the aircraft a little easier to handle on the ground. Unlike the trainers that the cadets flew in that had much narrower landing gear and were much more squirrely on the ground, and there you can see the old style canopy, not near the visibility to the sides and to the rear, but that is the P-51 Red Tail Mustang honoring the Tuskegee Airmen. We hear the whine of our next pilot. That's Greg Collier. His call sign is Wired. And listen to the sound of this compared to that of the Mustang. The aircraft taking off right now is the Lockheed T-33 Shooting Star. The first production aircraft powered by jet propulsion was the Lockheed P-80 Shooting Star. It went into production and fought in the Korean conflict from 1950 to 1953 with its straight wing. It could still reach nearly 600 miles per hour top speed. The founder and owner of Ace Maker Aviation is Greg Collier. He's a native Californian. He took his first flight at age 7 in a Cessna 172, and he's been flying for over 4 decades after earning his license in 1982 while he served in the U.S. Army. After leaving the service, he worked keeping our skies safe for 27 years with the FAA as an air traffic controller in the Oakland Air Route Traffic Control Center. And he got a ride in a T-33, and he was forever hooked. It was one of his favorite aircraft when he was a kid. And in 2007, he got a ride with his friend Kay Eckert in one of Kay's T-33s. And in 2008, he bought his first T-33. Here it is. With over 5,000 hours total time and 2,000 in the T-33, Greg is the highest time current T-33 pilot in the world. He's flown a number of other jets as well. But the T-33 was an aircraft that was necessary to be put into operation, because in the early days of jet aircraft, the pilots who were transitioning to the P-80 Shooting Star, the same airplane basically with a single seat, were having a very, very high accident rate. And as a matter of fact, it actually took the life of World War II's leading ace, Lieutenant Richard Bong, as the T-33 climbed skyward out in front of us with a quarter clover loop. And so the folks at Lockheed got together with the Air Force, and they stretched the cockpit, the fuselage, put a second cockpit in, and began producing this 2-seat trainer. In all, some 6,700 of these airplanes were built. And still, as of about 10 years ago, a couple were still in service with the Bolivian Air Force. They were also manufactured in Canada and also in Japan. It was 1948 that the first 2-seat version was built. Powered by an Allison J-33 turbojet engine, it generated 5,400 pounds of thrust, giving the T-33 that 599 mile per hour top speed, which remains a speed record for a single engine straight wing jet powered aircraft. When it went the single-seat P-80, later called the F-80 Shooting Star, went into combat in the Korean conflict. It was quickly outclassed by the swept-wing MiG-15 aircraft, forcing the United States Air Force to rush into operation, an aircraft built by North American called the F-86 Saberjet. But this is the Shooting Star. Greg Wired Collier. Greg is the air show hero. In addition to flying air shows, Greg instructs at Edwards Air Force Base at the Test Pilot School and also works with the United States Navy at Naval Air Station Patuxent River, Maryland. And he also flies Boeing 737s for Kaiser Air. Landing gear down, aerodynamically dirty. Amazing aircraft. And there are two others that fly at different air shows with Greg. He owns 3 of them. His other pilots are Robert Scratch Mitchell, who used to fly with the Canadian Forces Snowbirds. Greg Collier has another pass or two before he brings it into land. But landing will be interesting to watch. Low and to the right. Stops it. 90 degrees at a time for the 4-point hesitation roll. Just got the word from Greg Collier that he's going to bring it into land. When he lands, I want you to watch, because there are different ways of landing these high-performance aircraft and slowing them down. And some of the highest performance early jets of the Century series is what they are called, like the F-100 Super Sabre and the F-101 Voodoo, the F-102 Delta Dart, the F-104 Starfighter, the F-105 Thunder Chief. Those aircraft would use drogue chutes to help slow them down. Because the tires were small, it'd burn up the brakes if they had to get on the brakes all the time. Maybe blow a tire, could be unsafe. But let's watch as Greg Collier approaches from the right and touches down. He has a unique way of doing it, not by keeping the nose wheel off the ground and using what is called aerodynamic or aero braking, which we will see done by the F-35 Lightning II later when Kristen Bayo Wolf lands. But let's watch as Greg Collier touches down here on runway 18 at Tinker Air Force Base. Keep your eyes on the canopy, because he will literally open that canopy up just a little bit and use the entire canopy as an air brake to help him slow down. Take it easy on the brakes. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Greg Collier. We were just having fun up here on the Airbus stand because George Klein's the guy who told me all about it. But we are going to keep the entertainment continued here at Tinker Air Force Base. Well, that's Matt Youngkin. He's a third-generation pilot. His granddad, Jim, his dad, Bobby, and now Matt, flying this 1943 Beechcraft AT-11 Kansan. It also was known as the C-45 Expediter. And it's powered by two Pratt & Whitney R985 radial piston engines that generate 450 pounds of thrust each. Let's listen to this great sound. The airplane was never designed to fly upside down, but Matt Youngkin is very gentle on the controls and never exceeds the 3G limit that is required of standard category aircraft. Now, as we see Matt come through upside down and rolling in from the right, let's watch the artistry and listen to the sound of Miss Ellie with Matt Youngkin in the Twin Beach. a 6,000-pound airplane is superb handling, as Matt Youngkin demonstrated the 8-point hesitation roll. This is very challenging, but it is so great to be able to hear at this air show and other air shows around the country the sound of the radial piston engine. They are so rare these days. And by the way, as we look at this, let me tell you a little bit more about Matt. He soloed for the first time on his 16th birthday, soloed in his grandfather's 1928 Travel Air biplane. He has to date flown over 85 different types of aircraft, from Piper Cubs all the way up to the B-29 Super Fortress bomber. That is superb flying, ladies and gentlemen of Oklahoma City. Put your hands together for Matt Youngkin. The Twin Beach, as it is commonly known, is about to come by from the left and do a photo pass. You might want to set up your cameras, hold them sideways, as Matt Youngkin brings this very unique aircraft that he nicknamed Miss Ellie from the left for the photo pass. Music out, and here's the sound of the motor. The aircraft was used not only as a light cargo and liaison aircraft, but it was also used as a bombardier trainer, a navigator trainer, and a gunnery trainer. Now, if you look carefully, you'll see the wheels got extended as he went over the top. What's going to happen next is that Matt Youngkin is going to get this airplane dirtied up with the gear down, causing a lot of drag and turbulence inside the wheel wells, and he's going to put it in what we call the baby elephant waltz. Take a listen. Watch him as he exceeds 90 degrees of bank. Any lesser pilot would have this airplane fallen out of the sky, but not Matt Youngkin.
Probably one of the most unusual acts you'll see. That plane was actually never designed for aerobatic flight, and there it was. But right now, delighted to be joined by Colonel Brian Moore, the new commander of the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex. Sir, how are you?
I'm doing great. It is so great to be back in Oklahoma. So we were here a couple times before, and in fact, my wife was reminding me, Barb, she was reminding me that one of the last things we did was come to the 2019 air show.
Wow.
And being able to come back and see how Oklahoma supports Tinker Air Force Base is fantastic. What a welcoming community, and we were so excited to be back. Thank you.
Well, you just took command last week from General King, and so what's this first few days going like? Hey, welcome to the seat, sir. By the way, there's this big event happening this weekend.
Yeah, perfect timing. And by the way, General King phenomenal leader in our Air Force, and he made that transition so smooth. But I'll tell you what, the workforce here at Tinker Air Force Base, and specifically the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex, is second to none. I mean, with what we do, and you're getting to see that in STEM Takes Flight in this air show, you're getting to see a lot of what they actually produce in maintenance, repair, and overhaul, and being able to keep this type of aircraft flying, year after year, and bring in new aircraft. I mean, so the theme of this air show is past, present, and future, and you're getting to see it here. It's awesome to be back and get reinvigorated with the team. So.
Yeah, and so there have been aircraft that have already flown and will be taking to the skies that the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex supports, like the KC-135, the C-17, and many more. But as everyone is out here watching, what are some takeaways that they should go away with?
Yeah, I think, McKenna, the big takeaway is that this base has been here for 80-plus years. And it started World War II, and it delivered combat air power, right? And that's exactly what we're doing 80 years later. When it started with the B-17 and B-24 and B-29s, and here we are today working aircraft like the B-52, the B-1, the KC-135, as you said. This is about projecting combat air power for when our nation needs it, to defend our interests, right, and secure our nation's defense. And it takes a whole community like Oklahoma City, awesome community and support, to do this like you see today. The past, present, and future couldn't do it without Oklahoma and the community. The partnerships with the industry and the academic partnerships, and then, of course, all the mission partners around base. It is a joint effort. It's an Oklahoma joint effort. And Tinker Air Force Base and the complex is just excited to be a part of this, and this demonstration really capturing that.
Yeah, and Secretary Kendall has his operational imperatives, and we talk about, how the mission here, not just at this air logistics complex, but across the Air Force Sustainment Center, really fits in to strategic competition in today's environment. Can you kind of talk about how important logistics is and all the modernization that is happening and how that kind of helps the Air Force fly, fight, and win?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So I'll tell you that all fights depend on sustainment, right, and logistics. And we're in a strategic competition with our adversaries, right? Let's not make any mistake about it. And if deterrence fails, we'll be ready because of Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma and the way they support it for any kind of adverse action that we have to be ready for, right? That's the strategic imperative, right? The operational piece, the Air Force fights depend on sustainment, and sustainment depends on Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex. So,
yeah, and so the purpose of an air show, of course, inspire and entertain, but the primary focus is to bring the community on and let them have a look at what is actually happening here. And you mentioned it a little bit earlier, but can you speak to just the importance of community support and partnerships here?
Thanks for that. So I'm gonna quick say to all our young people out there, we need everybody to take interest. I hope that if some young lady or man out there is thinking about what they want to do with their academic career and then beyond, I hope they'll take interest. The theme of this air show, STEM Takes Flight. We need science, technology, engineering, math, amongst many other professions. We need career, vocational type, sheet metal mechanics and maintenance like me, folks that can produce. We need all that. And so if this, is interesting to you, air power and the aerospace industry, take a look at it, learn more about it. And then what that means is there's the whole aerospace industry in Oklahoma is just growing, right? So there's partnerships with the community, as you mentioned, whether it's industry partnerships between the base, right? So our Air Force working with industry partners to be able to produce the combat power that you're talking about. It takes a whole team, and it starts back, K through 12, college, and it ends with getting you in the Air Force and retaining you as our workforce. they're needed. We need to get them in, and we need to keep them because we got to be able to produce for the next fight should it come.
And I know there's 10,000 total force airmen, to include civilians that work for your team. And we've talked about the military side, but you also have a need in the civilian workforce, a lot of opportunities for people to maybe be employed here at Tinker Air Force Base.
Absolutely. We have so many career fields. I was looking back as I was coming in here, back to Tinker for the third time. I was looking at the history of the complex, and I looked at the World War II piece. And did you know there was 13,000 back then, and 50% of them were female? So think Rosie the Riveter, right? I mean, and there's as much opportunity for everybody. We need them all. So 10,000 people doing a diverse set of skills, right? Folks might just think, well, it's just maintenance, but I'm telling you, we need engineers, we need information computer scientists, we need, if accounting is your thing, we need it all. So take a look, and then this is the mission that you're supporting, right? Air power, generating that combat power. So it's awesome to be a part of it and a great workforce.
So last question, we're at an air show, so I feel obligated to ask, what is your favorite aircraft, if you have one, or if not, what are you most looking forward to seeing today?
Yeah, so my favorite aircraft are all the aircraft right here in the depot. I'm going to go with that because I got a whole team.
Fair enough.
And we service a lot of aircraft here. Now, there are some future aircraft that are coming that are pretty high-tech, pretty awesome. So if you haven't got out and looked on the ramp and seen the F-35 and some other things, and we're going to see the Blue Angels later, it's going to be awesome. I've got some great aircraft within the depot that I like too. So
air power guy right here.
Air power, that's it. Yep. Thanks, Dan.
Well, sir, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for what you and your team does for the nation and for Tinker and the Oklahoma community as well.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Thanks to Oklahoma community and the workforce right here at the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex.
All right, that was Colonel Brian Moore, and we are now going to send it right back out to the air show narrator, Rob Ryder.
This airplane weighs in at a staggering 900 pounds. And what you are seeing now is a demonstration of some of the best stick and rudder flying anywhere in the world. He is one of the best, having won those great awards in our air show industry. The airplane goes back to 1943, and he's sponsored by the Jelly Belly Candy Company of Fairfield, California. The Galitz family started in 1896, and they continue to make great candies. Watch him as he goes over the top, doing a loop and only a few hundred feet above the ground. This takes incredible skill, and you ain't seen nothing yet. That's the hammerhead stall turnaround, turns it on a dime, gives you 9 cents change. Knife edge flight across the line. Now, if you look way down to the right, Kent is getting ready to set up to attempt a landing on the Jelly Belly truck that we saw earlier drive down. Let's listen here. He'll call for the truck. Okay, he just said go, go, go 60 miles an hour for Nick, who is driving the truck. What we're going to see right now, ladies and gentlemen, is an attempt to land that Interstate Cadet on the top of that moving truck at 60 miles an hour. Now, he's got some squirrely winds. You can see him. He's got to be very careful. He's trying to put the wheels down on the deck and slide them up into a couple of troughs in the front. Ooh, he's got it on one wheel, but he's got to get it farther forward, so he's not there yet. He's got plenty of runway here at Tinker, but nope, well, he's going to try to get it down there once. The wind is a little bit squirrely coming out of the west, and he's got to be careful of crosswind because. All right, tell you what, Kent, it looks like you got some crosswind issues. All right, we'll be looking for it. We're pulling for you, bud. Okay. All right, now we're going to get lined up. Okay, he's going to get him turned around, and they're going to come from the left and head up to the north on this next pass. The problem with the crosswind is that if that crosswind, which is getting stronger over the last couple of minutes actually, if it, in this case on the pass when they're going to the north, if that wind gets under the upwind or the left wing, it can toss it up in the air and literally throw the airplane into the ground. So he's got to be very careful. He comes alongside. He just gave the go, 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 and he's going to line up, match the speed flying alongside it. You see him kick the rudder there as he crabs into the wind. He's really fighting a serious crosswind here. So let's see if he can do it. There is no guarantee on this. He's trying to get the wheels into these troughs on the front of the deck of the Jelly Belly truck. He's only got 8 inches of clearance left or right. Okay, he's got it on. Now he's going to work his way forward. He's got to put the throttle to it, and he's going to work the rudders to try to get forward. I don't know if he's got the time on this pass to get him up in there, but it looks like he's got got things figured out. Let's try one more time, see what he says. Kent, you're getting closer on that. You think you're going to make it on this try? Okay, stand by. Stand by. We're going to find 260 at 1-2 from George in the tower. Yeah, it is. Go for it, sir. George, he just said good, thanks for nothing. 12 knots. That's about 14.5 miles per hour as we drive our cars. The truck is on the roll. Will be in just a moment. Truck's on the roll. Let's see if he can do it. This is incredibly challenging flying in a crosswind. It's incredibly challenging flying even if the wind's coming straight down the runway to land on a postage stamp sized target, if you will, as he gets those wheels down. Watch for the rudder back and forth, and he'll sort of wheel it. He looks stable. See if he can get him. Watch for the wheels to drop in the trough. See if it works. There's one wheel in. He locked the left one. He got it, ladies and gentlemen. Kent Peach. Wow! That was amazing. Holy cow, he really pulled it off. Kent, that was amazing, my friend. Well, though, we'll have to do it. In the meantime, can I play another song for you? We're going to do it. This is for you, Kent Peach. Kent Peach was born free as the Interstate Cadet from Jelly Belly Candy Company comes by back from the left. All right, Kent, you get ready to take off, right? He'll get it up to flying speed. They'll disconnect the locks on the wheels. Tail comes up, gets to about 45 miles an hour, and there's the takeoff. We loved it, sir. You look like you're born free. We work it. Ladies, you're waving goodbye to everybody. Thank you, Kent Peach. Ladies and gentlemen, make some big noise for Kent Peach so he can hear you in the cockpit. That's for you, Kent. The Jelly Belly Interstate Cadet. And Kent Peach has been cleared to land. He's got one more flight today that you'll be able to see, so we won't want to miss that at all. Kent Peach will be with us in just a few minutes. This year, our VIP chalet is presented by Devon Energy, Sam's Club, Anheuser-Busch, and U.S. Foods. It takes a mighty team of all of our sponsors, guests, and distinguished visitors. Hey, if you're thirsty, this year's air show is sponsored in part by Sam's, who has donated over 36,000 bottles of water for all of the augmentees, security forces, and hard-working people who are behind the scenes during this hot summer air show time. Cavender's Family Auto Group is the official auto dealership for the Tinker Air Show, and most of our pilots are jetting around town in a Cavender's car. We want to thank some great restaurants who have supported the volunteers and teams on base today. Tacos for Life, Santa Fe Cattle Company, Swadley's Barbecue, CR Head Country Barbecue Sauce, Casey's General Store Pizza, Schwab's Hot Dogs and Brats, Homeland and Sara Lee Bread, Bar S Meats, Sam Stores, Reed Convention Center, Anheuser-Busch, Milo's Iced Tea Lemonade, and Easy Ice. And thanks to U.S. Foods, who is out here supporting all of our food needs and providing us with refrigerated trucks. U.S. Foods can be your major source in the kitchen, at home, and at your next special event. Also, our official tent company, conventions, and more. They can make your event a dream come true. For all your rental needs, call Conventions and More. Still to come, Team Tinker. Jeff Shetterly will be back for his full demonstration in the AT-6 Texan. Then we've got the United States Air Force's F-35 Lightning II demonstration, piloted by Major Kristen Beowulf and the Heritage Flight.
Remote spotted the incoming raiders, but mistook them for a flight of B-17s to in from the mainland. Unlike America herself, found themselves in a war that had not yet been declared. The attack was from the Japanese aircraft carriers Akaga, Hiru, Soku, and the two new carriers, the Shokuku and the Suikoku. Found this simple, destroyed the Pacific. Just a little over 2 gruesome hours. You just noticed that, but the P-40 and the P-36 took off just to go chase and defend our country. He was joined by 4 more P-36 pilots, Lewis Sanders, Harry Brown, and Gordon Sterling. They took off to engage the attacking Japanese and managed to shoot down a few of the Zeros, Bells, and Kates. The enemy numbers were incredibly overwhelming. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, Kenneth Taylor and George Bell were just returning from an all-night dinner, dance, and poker party. These brave pilots, still in their formal dress clothes, raced to a powerful P-40 Warhawks, got them filled and armed, and took off. They quickly found themselves in the middle of a real battle. These two pilots caught up with the Japanese close to Pearl Harbor and Hickenfield and engaged the Zeros, Bells, and Kates with rounds from their 30 caliber machine guns. However, they quickly ran out, but luckily they were able to land at Wheeler Field, which is near the center of the island. They refueled and reloaded with 30 and 50 caliber ammo and took off once again to fight the Japanese. These two pilots are credited with downing a total of 6 Japanese warplanes before their own planes were disabled. Both pilots received a distinguished service cross for their actions that infamous day. Then came the second wave of an additional 171 aircraft to continue the strafing, bombing, and dropping of torpedoes for yet another 70 minutes. Yes, that's a total of 360 enemy warplanes. As the attack proceeded at Pearl Harbor and Hickenfield, the devastation was horrifying. On the eastern edge of Fort Island, in the center of the harbor, 9 battleships lay at berth. The California, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Tennessee, Maryland, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Utah, and Arizona. Luckily at the time, our 3 Pacific aircraft carriers were out at sea. First, the Japanese hit with K torpedo bombers. The initial wave of Ks hit 5 of our battleships, the Oklahoma, Nevada, West Virginia, and the Utah. These Ks were specially equipped with shallow-running torpedoes specifically designed for the attack on Pearl Harbor. You see, the shallow waters at Pearl Harbor would not allow the use of normal deep-running torpedoes, which leaves no question that this was a thought-out plan and not a surprise attack. Then came the Bell dive bombers, armed with 1,700 pounds of armor-busting projectiles, originally made for 16-inch battleship guns, but were converted to aerial bombs. These planes dived down onto the Nevada and the Arizona. Anti-aircraft veered the valves away from the Nevada on the first wave, but unfortunately, the Arizona was not that lucky. A bomb stabbed the Arizona through her forward magazines and exploded, torching off more than 1 million pounds of gunpowder. Sailors on the Nevada watched in horror as the Arizona jumped 20 feet in the air and broke in two. 478 American servicemen in an underwater tomb. The ship sank in less than 3 minutes, and still today she remains at the bottom of the harbor in a watery grave, crying black tears as a reminder to all who lost their lives that infamous day. A Marine Corps Air Station AWOL, PFC Jonathan Thomas was on guard duty when 9 Zeros attacked the base. He stepped out of his shack, drew his .45 caliber pistol, and began firing at the enemy airplanes. A Japanese pilot, Yoshio Shiga, saw Thompson firing back at them, and years later, he remembered Thompson's tenacity and fighting spirit, describing the lone Marine as the bravest American I've ever seen. All over the island, soldiers were bringing their weapons to bear and fight, anything they could get working, their .45 caliber pistols or their spring-filled rifles. And in some cases, our soldiers were able to get 30 and 50 caliber belt-fed machine guns into action, bringing down numerous marauding Japanese Zeros, Vals, and Kates. Look out there. Just think about that. Just think about being there. Look how much smoke. Hear those engines. See the bombs. Meanwhile, at Bellows Airfield on the northeastern coast of the island, more U.S. Army pilots were racing for their P-40s. Unfortunately, Japanese Zeros appeared at the same time and started strafing runs. One P-40 pilot was killed as he stepped into his cockpit. 2 other P-40s were shot down just as they got off the ground. The flight of 12 B-17s coming from the mainland finally arrived and were immediately attacked by Zeros. Unfortunately, in all the confusions, the B-17s were shot at by friend and foe. The flight and crew members landed wherever they could. One of them in a pineapple field not far from Hickenfield. B-17 pilot Major Landon, trying to land, said, "What a hell of a way to enter war. Out of glass, unarmed, and no place to land." Amazingly, though, 8 of those B-17s actually made it to Hickenfield. At the conclusion of the surprise Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, more than half of America's entire naval fleet had been destroyed or damaged. Nearly 2,400 Americans were killed, over 1,200 wounded, and at the time, 960 people were missing. 188 aircraft were destroyed, 159 damaged, just 155 aircraft lay on the ground. 2 battleships were destroyed, 3 light cruisers, 3 destroyers, and a total of 6 battleships. Our greatest naval base lay in ruins, along with our complacency. The following day, December 8, 1941, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt announced our entry into World War II with these words to Congress, the citizens of the United States, and the world.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. It will be recorded that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious that the attack was deliberately planned many days or even weeks ago. The attack yesterday on the Hawaiian Islands has caused severe damage to American naval and military forces. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory.
Admiral Yamamoto, the mastermind of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, said, "I fear all we have done is to awaken a sleeping giant and fill him with terrible resolve." Well, he was right. In the 44 months of fighting that followed, the United States sank every one of the Japanese aircraft carriers, battleships, and cruisers that were part of the Pearl Harbor Task Force. Would you please bow your head in a moment of silence in memory of all of those that lost their lives that infamous day? Thank you. We do not mean to promote nationalism or glorify war by this demonstration. We simply honor a time when our nation was strong and united. In the 3.5 years after this attack, We, the people of the United States, grew stronger by putting 16 million men in uniform, built 100,000 fighter aircraft, 98,000 bombers, 24,000 transport planes, 58,000 trainers, 22 aircraft carriers, over 100,000 other floating ships from battleships to submarines, and countless of thousands of ground vehicles. The United States' dedication led to the surrender not only of Japan, but Nazi Germany as well, giving peace and freedom to the entire world. We do this in appreciation of that dedication, determination, and effort, and extend our appreciation to the men and women here at Tinker Air Force Base fighting for our freedom today. We salute them all, past, present, and future. Torah, Torah, Torah. Get your cameras ready. You're going to have an incredible shot here coming up.
And hold them sideways.
A photo pass, so you're going to want to get your cameras ready to go. All right, and from your left here, we have our tour lead, Doug Durr from the Woodlands, Texas. He's in our 0115. Next we have Ron Wright of Huntsville, Texas. Then we have Dan Reedy and Chad Thurman from Pearland, Texas. Mark Anderson from Muskogee, Oklahoma. Here comes our K-Torpedo Bomber, 313, with Daniel Rasmussen and Joe Gamesfelder from Midland, Texas. Incoming here is Mike Hastings and Trevor Henson from Oklahoma City. Followed by 310, Lance Summers and Miles Turner from Midland, Texas. Here's our American P-36 Warhawk with Chris Walker and our Hawk 18. If you saw our P-40 land, that was flown by Taylor Stevenson. Also want to note that in 1965, his grandfather, Edwin Schmidt, was actually the base commander here at Tinker Air Force Base. Yes, it runs in the family. These air shows are all about our American military forces. It's an opportunity to highlight Tinker Air Force Base, as well as a chance to show off the community relations that are so vital and important for continued success. But more than anything, it's a chance to give people a glimpse into the extraordinary capabilities of our people and equipment. TOR's purpose within this air show, with our little history lesson, is to show the evolution of where our military was to what you see here today. On December 7th, 1941, It was a pivotal moment in U.S. history. Europe had already been on fire for 2 years, and despite the best efforts of some incredibly smart people, we did not have the most professional and powerful military in the 1940s. For that lack of foresight, planning, and commitment, the sons and daughters of this nation paid a terrible price. We think that's worth remembering, and we hope you do too. Tora 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 is a part of the Commemorative Air Force. All of our team members are volunteers, and we love what we do. We would like to encourage you to follow us on social media and visit our website, toratoratora.com, for more information and our show schedule. Thank you, people of Tinker Air Force Base, for letting us perform for you today. Once again, I'm Denise Walker, the narrator of Tora Tora Tora, and we are Tora Tora Tora.
Thank you, Denise Walker. A big round of applause for Tora Tora Tora. The airplanes that are participating in this demonstration today, many of them were in the original 86 version of the blockbuster Tora Tora Tora, and they are converted aircraft that were advanced trainers like AT-6s like Jeff Shetterly has flown, or BT-13s, which you will see shortly when we have our dedication to the Women's Air Service pilots, the WASP. The BT-13 being a basic trainer. They spent, 20th Century Fox spent $20,000 per airplane to make them look like Japanese aircraft, but they are in fact all American airplanes that were highly modified, changing the canopies, changing the length of the fuselage, changing the undercarriage to look like Vals, Kates, and Zeros. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for Team Tinker, the home team here. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Juliet Simpson, Major Juliet Simpson. Her call sign is Jet. And Jet, we were talking in the briefing. I said, why don't you come up and tell us about these airplanes, because you know all about them. We're going to see the KC-135. We're going to see the incredibly capable and, I don't know if I've used this word or not, venerable, if you will, E-3 Sentry airborne warning and control aircraft. But Jet, welcome to the stand, and thanks for coming up to be with me today.
Hi, Roland. Thanks. Happy to be here.
The aircraft taken off. This is one of those refuelers. Take it.
Hi, everyone. Major Jet Simpson. This is the KC-135. Part of Team Tinker, our reserve KC-135 unit here, piloted by Lieutenant Colonel Defender.
Yeah, the rest of the crew number for today, it's Lieutenant Colonel Defender, Lieutenant Christensen, Lieutenant Pratt, and Senior Master Sergeant Stanton are crewing this aircraft. Now, we talked about it earlier, how it's capable of passing gas.
Correct. So,
sorry.
A lot of our training here at Tinker focuses, at least for our pilots, on getting air refueling training with KC-135s and KC-46s. So it's pretty unique that we have our own reserve KC-135 unit here at Tinker to help support that. We got a lot of questions on our static display on how long the E3 is able to stay in the air, and here it comes actually. And with the help of the KC-135, we're able to stay airborne for almost 24 hours at a time.
Now, as we look at the airplane, there are some remarkable similarities between the KC-135 and the E3 Sentry, even with its radome. They both came from kind of the same airframe, didn't they, back in the late 1950s?
Yes, sir, they did. So piloting the mighty E3 is Captain Andre Russell, Captain Ryan Grassi, Staff Sergeant Katie Rue, and Senior Airman Idram Cortez from the 965th Airborne Air Control Squadron.
Now, the job of the E3, Airborne Warning and Control System, its job is to control the battle space, isn't it? Both in the air and on the ground.
Yes, sir, it is.
Tell me about what that radome does up on the top. How does that help out?
So our radar actually spins 365 degrees. We don't have them spinning on our statics today, but you should be able to see it once the E3 flies by on its next pass. With that radar, we're able to see other aircraft as well as maritime aircraft and maritime targets and surface targets. And with our complete comm suite, we're able to speak to those other assets and kind of give them the God's eye view of the battlefield.
So you've got the flight crew that they get the airplane in the air and keep it in the air, but you are in control of some 20 or 22 officers and other enlisted personnel who do all that communication to keep everybody, all the other aircraft, could be bombers, could be fighters, could be ground pounders, the infantry on the ground. You guys can see almost everything, can't you?
Absolutely. So that's very unique of the AWACS, that we have so many members flying in the back, part of the mission crew, that we can be doing multiple different mission sets at the same times. So that's pretty cool. So we can be doing close air support, we can do intercepts with other fighters. We can also provide ground support for the guys on the ground and be that comm relay for them with the fighter aircraft and then the guys that are actually on the ground with the bad guys.
Directing airstrikes on enemy targets, letting our aircraft know if there are bogeys or bandits out there, the bad guys
Absolutely.
out there, to intercept them. And but over the years, because the E3 went into service back in 1960 something?
Yeah, around that time.
Yeah. Over the years, technology has changed, and not only have we gained technology in how the radar can resolve a target. In other words, what 50 years ago might have been a blip, now the radar return will actually potentially indicate what kind of aircraft it is.
Absolutely. So it takes... We use a lot of different systems on our aircraft. So we have obviously our radar, but we also have a passive detection system that can help us ID what type of aircraft it is. So it's really cool plane if you haven't actually seen the statics. We have two different tails out there. One of them has our legacy flight deck, and then we also have our Dragon modification flight deck on tail 1605. So that kind of took our analog flight controls in the cockpit and then made it more of like iPads and more advanced technology as far as that. So it's given us a lot more capabilities in that sense.
But in the back too, with the people operating the sensors and the radios and the communication and all identification equipment, that has changed. So you're not looking at old television screens anymore. Now do you have flat panel displays, and can you watch Netflix?
We do.
You do watch Netflix?
No.
I'm kidding.
Not on the plane, actually. We do have completely different back end than when I first joined the Air Force. So we went from more of a trackball, push button type computer system to now your off the shelf keyboard with a mouse kind of Windows Media, if you will, type of system. So the radar data is displayed in a whole different way than when I started, and it's more user friendly.
I bet it is, and that just happens with technology. Now, I have seen E3 Sentries at other air shows. I have never seen 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 of them in one place. Are those all based here that I see across the field?
Yes, sir. We are Mother Tinker, so the home of the E3.
You know, as we listen to that jet, those 4 jets, they're smoking. Those are older motors. Those have not been changed like on the KC-135R Stratotanker, those modifications with the CFM56 engines. Is there any plan to re-engine the E3's Sentry aircraft? Do you know?
We're actually in the middle of the divestiture for a lot of our tails here at Tinker. With that are coming a lot of challenges as far as air crew and our maintenance, but at the same time, with less tails to maintain, it's kind of in an odd way helping our operation rate.
So when you say divestiture, you mean they're going to be retired?
A-firm, yes, sir.
Wow. In all seriousness, if the aircraft can stay aloft for 24 hours, there has to be sleeping quarters back there someplace for the sensor operators and the other, both the officers and enlisted personnel who are controlling the battle space.
For all my bros that have been out to CENTCOM, we've had quite a few energy drinks, Rippets, coffee. A lot of us just, we continue the fight.
In other words, you power through.
Basically, yes. We do, if you do get on the static display, you'll see that we have 6 cots, kind of bunk bed style, if you will, in the back of the plane. Those are primarily used for our flight deck, our pilots, our engineer, and our navs, so that they can be rotated through and fully rested to make sure that, our plane takes off and lands.
Okay, keep the flight crew happy up there. What kind of and again, this is just a novice, never having been inside of one. Got to be a galley, got to be some food if you're going there. Do you bring box lunches, or is there food preparation and some sort of a microwave for heating up stuff?
We kind of went over it in the static display as well. It's kind of like an office in the air, so it's bring your own lunch. And we do have 2 ovens, sometimes just one, but like 2 ovens on the jet to warm up your lunch. So that's how we feed ourselves.
Wow. Listen to the difference in sound with the different engines, those newer engines. No smoke either. As we see the boom operator with that boom extended, making a high-speed pass. That's probably over 350 miles an hour on that pass. Pretty cool. But this is Team Tinker. This is one of those places that it's hard to imagine those who work here, any other Air Force base, they go and find it to be very small compared to Tinker Air Force Base.
Absolutely. We have a very big base, and I think for a lot of our volunteers and our younger airmen, they're surprised that maybe their first time being on this side of Tinker, because we primarily live on, where the E3s are parked on the other side of base, if you will.
Wow. And this is a place where an airplane can be literally torn down to the skin and bones and made like new, if you will. Well, Jet, thank you very much for coming up. Tell me a little bit more, if you will, about your duty aboard the E3 Sentry, because you're kind of the person in charge of some of this, right?
So for us, we're the air battle managers. We work on the back end of the plane, so part of the mission crew, and we'll have a section lead in charge, and they are in charge of the entire mission crew. So that's from the guys that are talking to you on the radio to the guys that are the technicians on the plane. So yeah, as air battle managers, we're the ones that are talking to the other aircraft on the plane. We're also in charge of powering on, manipulating the sensors to see what targets are out there. So whether that's a large RCS target, small RCS.
RCS means radar cross-section. In other words, how big a blip, how stealthy or non-stealthy that it is.
Correct, yes. So that's our bread and butter, being able to use our aircraft and our system to see, the battlefield, basically.
We're going to get one more pass of each airplane here. When you go back in time to 1957, when the first KC-135 was built, it was the predecessor, as I mentioned, of the Boeing 707 commercial airliner. And there was, up in Seattle, on the introduction of the original Boeing 707 airliner, at the controls of that aircraft was a guy named Tex Johnston. And Tex did something that nobody believed could be done. But he had perfect air, he had plenty of room, and he took an airplane the same size of these airplanes that we're seeing fly by today and did a complete upside down and up to right side up roll in it. And then he did it again, and his bosses at Boeing chewed him up one side and down the other. They were none too pleased. But it had not a negative effect, but a very, very positive effect on the American public, saying that this airplane is safe to be in. And that's what helped Boeing dominate the airline market for many, many years, and continues to produce aircraft that have been very, very important for our nation's defense. Jeff Shetterly is coming by in his North American Texan, the advanced trainer for the United States Army Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps. And he's going to put on his full demonstration for us in just a little while.
Broadcast Central, Dan Hawkins, McKenna God with you. Great pictures from our crew all afternoon long, and we are now absolutely delighted to be joined by Colonel Ken Callsign Det. Voigt, sir, how are you, the commander of the 552nd Air Control Wing?
Well, good afternoon. What a great day. It's a great day for Tinker, a great day for Midwest City, Oklahoma, and quite frankly for America. Just look around. This is great to be here today.
Sir, we literally just saw the E3 flying through the sky. I loved seeing the excitement on your face as it did its flyby.
Oh.
It is definitely a unique looking aircraft, but can you tell us what is the AWACS and what are its capabilities?
Absolutely. The AWACS is one of the two weapon systems we have in the 552nd Air Control Wing. The E3 AWACS stands for Airborne Warning Control System. It is what provides calm in air battle chaos. So everyone that was out here at the air show saw the Tora, saw a bunch of aircraft flying around, and was probably wondering, how do you actually know what's going on in that fight? And all the aircraft flying around, all the confusion, all of the congestion in the airspace. It is the experts on the back of that E3 AWACS that are able to put calm to all that chaos and be able to sort out all the confusion. It's an amazing platform to be on. I saw your smile get pretty big when the E3 flew over. It's a great thing to watch fly. And the real cool part about here at Tinker and inside the 552 is we not only have professionals doing that in the air, we have mobile professionals on the ground doing that as well. So we have the Control and Reporting Center here, which provides our persistent command and control, and then our E3 AWACS, which gives us our quick reaction to be in any combatant command that needs us.
Yeah, and you see some great pictures here on the screen. I mean, makes your heart sore, right?
It is. Not that I'm allowed to have favorites, but it's my favorite aircraft in the inventory.
That's shocking, actually, sir. Very shocking. So, earlier today we had General Hawkins, the commander of the Air Force Sustainment Center. We also talked to Colonel Moore from the ALC here, and one of the things we talked about was Secretary Kendall's operational imperatives and modernization and things that are happening, and I imagine your unit at the 552nd is no different as we look to continue to look to the future as well.
I'm going to get distracted for a second because here she comes. Oh, just amazing to watch her fly by. That is American air power right there.
Yeah, great shot.
Yeah. So as awesome as that aircraft is, we have to continue to be innovative. We have to continue to push ourselves to make sure that we are ready to meet the demands that our nation needs and meet the current environment, if you will. The global environment changes constantly, and at times it's not very stable, and we need to make sure that we're ready for that. So the airmen of the 552, one of my priorities and the ones they like to get after is innovation. They are all about it. Right now on the ground-based side, we have one squadron that is completely experimenting with how to change a control and reporting center that was really geared for the global war on terror, and they are completely changing that to be extremely mobile and agile for the battlefield of the future. And we're also looking at how do we take the E3, how do we use that E3 for today's environment, and then help build ourselves for the E7 when the Wedgetail comes online.
Yeah, so a lot actually happening, and we talked a little bit off air, but we talked about how this is a platform that it doesn't just fly around the skies of Oklahoma. This is a aircraft that has a lot of implications, integrated deterrence and partnerships with our allies and partners around the world in line with General Brown's vision. Can you kind of talk about its applicability to strategic competition?
Yeah, so when America goes, America brings its air power, and if American air power is there, the E3 AWACS is there. So we are all over the globe, any hotspot, from watching the Iran-Iraq war back in the 80s all the way through the Ukrainian crisis of today. Every single crisis, hotspot, or national emergency, you had an E3 airborne providing comms into chaos. And I'll tell you, you brought up the skies of Oklahoma, though. The skies of Oklahoma have had an E3 on it since the E3's been around. E3 has been flying over Oklahoma since the late 70s, and if you ever want to know what right looks like when it comes to military-civilian relationships, come to Tinker Air Force Base and see the interaction between our Oklahoma community and our airmen at the 552, and all of the Team Tinker here. It's just phenomenal. You'll see them all around here, walk around the airfield, and yes, we get to be sometimes the face because everyone sees and knows what an AWACS is, but the military members on this base enjoy one of the finest relationships with the civilian community.
Now, it's no secret that the AWACS is your absolute favorite
Absolute.
aircraft, but if you had to pick a second...
I was walking up to the stage today with my daughter, and I was telling her that, these air shows are the reason why I'm in the Air Force. There isn't one plane that's parked out on this tarmac that doesn't make me smile. It's the Navy aircraft, Army aircraft, Air Force aviation. It's amazing. You see an air show like this, and it brings out the kid in me. Mm-hmm. But then I look around and see all the youth that's here, and then we're able to show these youth that hey, if you study in your science class, if you study in your math class, you become an engineer. You become able to problem solve. You can be doing everything here. Air Force lives on STEM programs, and being able to highlight to all these youth and what it's like, and hopefully out in this audience is a couple of kids that were like me when I was their age and are looking and smiling at every aircraft flying by because it's all amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. These air shows, they're so much fun, and a lot of people don't realize how much of an impact it can truly make. And then once you get older and you remember that air show and you remember the things you saw and how excited it made you feel, and now you get to be a part of that. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. Now, my wife would want me to point out the B1 because that was the program that she was on. So
now we're getting somewhere.
I'm just saying, if I don't point out the B1, then I'm probably not allowed to go home. But that's an amazing aircraft, and nothing makes you smile like hearing a B1 roll overhead. It's just she's an awesome aircraft. But really, anything that's flying, I'm smiling.
Yeah.
Even a Jelly Belly landing on a plane, a truck today. I'm smiling at watching that.
Yeah, that's really. I mean, the first air show I ever went to, I actually saw the Blue Angels with my dad at Naval Air Station, Corpus Christi, Texas. So yeah, it just brings out the kid in you, and obviously, just take a look at the crowd. Right, there's a lot of kids here, so that's cool to see.
Yeah, and the Blue Angels are here today, so you get like bookended,
full circle,
which is great to have the Blue Angels here. It really shows. One, not a lot of people realize there's Navy here on Tinker. Of the 6 wings that are on Tinker, one of them is STRATCOM 1, our Navy brother and sisters living on the other side of the ramp. And having the Blue Angels here really shows that air power, while Air Force equals air power, but air power is also prevalent in all of our branches, and it takes the entire military family to do what the nation needs us to do. So I love having the Blue Angels out here. It's great to see them do their job, and knowing that it's bookending your air shows makes it even better.
Yeah, they said, "You want to come? The Blue Angels are coming." I said, "Okay, I'll come. I'll come. I'll make the trip up." Well, there you go. Another great shot there from the E3B. But, sir, we certainly appreciate your time this afternoon, and of course what you and your unit does for the nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. So that was Colonel Voigt from the America's Wing. Let's send it back out to the airshow narrator, Rob Ryder.
You're strapped in at this point. If you were in the back, you'd be strapped in, safety belts, tray tables in the upright and locked position.
Exactly. Just like on a commercial aircraft, we would be strapped in, facing away from our consoles.
So the chair, your seats actually rotate 180?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Actually, really 360.
Ah, gotcha. As they bring it to a stop. Juliet Simpson, thank you for coming up. I hope you'll do it again tomorrow with us. Ladies and gentlemen, nice round of applause for Jet Simpson and Team Tinker. Ladies and gentlemen, on the takeoff roll, let's listen to the sound of radial rumble. Jeff Shetterly is airborne. Jeff Shetterly is a third-generation lover of aviation. His passion for flying began at a very young age, soloing at the youngest age possible, the 16th birthday. He did that when he was in Indianapolis. He became a private pilot at just 18, just before entering the Beast Barracks at the boot camp for the United States Military Academy at West Point. Upon graduation, Jeff commissioned in the Army and attended the Armor Officer Basic Course, where he learned to command platoon-sized elements of M1A1 Abrams tanks. He was stationed in Germany for 4.5 years. He deployed to the Balkans several times on peacekeeping and special ops missions. And upon returning to the States with an honorable discharge, he picked up aviation where he had left off. And since then, in those ensuing years, our Radial Rumble performer has become an instrument-rated commercial pilot, a certified flight instructor with experience in over 100 types of airplanes, including gliders, seaplanes, and obscure vintage machines. In 2016, he earned his airline transport pilot certificate with the intent of qualifying to fly historical fighters and bombers, and ended up serendipitously using that certification to become an airline pilot, which now he greatly enjoys. This is a 1945 SNJ, the Navy version of the Texan, with its supercharged 1,340 cubic inch Pratt & Whitney 600 horsepower radial engine. It's a 5,000-pound marvel. There were 3 different phases of training for pilots in the World War II in the United States. The first phase was called primary training. It was in a very, very simple airplane, like the Boeing Stearman or the PT-19 Cornell, where the cadet would learn the basics of flying. That initially lasted for about 12 weeks and 75 hours of flight time. If the cadet didn't wash out then, he'd move on to basic training in a more advanced airplane, like the Vultee Valiant, the BT-13, Basic Trainer 13, which was nicknamed the Vultee Vibrator. And that also lasted about 12 weeks and 75 hours of training. And if the cadet passed that basic training phase, he'd move on to advanced training in the airplane type that you see before you now, with its 600 horsepower motor, learning instrument flight, that is flying without reference to the outside, only with reference to the instruments. And from this aircraft, the pilot would move on to the fighters, bombers, or cargo aircraft of the day. So this airplane was called the Pilot Maker. Upside down, he'll throw that stick over to the left. Into the upright position, accelerating to around 200 miles an hour. And experience about 4 Gs pulling right up there. Straight up into this incredible sky here over Tinker. On the way down, watch him roll the aircraft into the upright position on the way down with 1/2 of a Cuban 8. The radial piston engine was air-cooled. It was the type of engine used on a majority of the airplanes that were flown in World War II. Rather than having a straight 6 or a straight 4 or a V6 or a V8, the cylinders were arranged in a circle around a central propeller shaft, and the power strokes on the pistons would deliver their power right to the propeller. As Jeff does a very elegant maneuver that is actually exceptionally complex, called a barrel roll, maintaining 1 positive G. In other words, 200-pound guy stays 200 pounds all the way through. So the airplane doesn't even know it's upside down, starting at the same altitude, airspeed, and heading, and finishing that way as well, and carving out the inside of a barrel in its roll. This is the super slow roll. It is said if you can do a super slow roll well, you can do any maneuver well, and Jeff Shetterly just did it. How about a big round of applause for Jeff Shetterly in the Radial Rumble? The North American Texan was flown by nearly 30 Allied nations in World War II, and some of them actually found themselves back in service as combat aircraft or targeting aircraft in the first jet war, the Korean conflict between 1950 and 1953. When the early jets were having trouble spotting targets on the ground. And so some of these North American Texans were re-outfitted with white phosphorus rockets and dubbed T-6Gs. And they would fly low and slow over the battlefield, attracting ground fire or searching out targets of opportunity. Then they'd circle back around and fire their white phosphorus rockets, which put out voluminous amounts of white smoke, and call up to the fast-moving jets and say, hit the smoke. Coming over with a knife-edge pass, his final pass, dedicating all of you kids to take your aviation dreams and aspirations as far as you can. Flying is one of the greatest freedoms a person can know. And come join us at pancake breakfast fly-ins and on the airways at the flight levels. Pursue your passion. Go after it. And he'll be setting up to land here in just a moment. Coming from the left, to get your cameras ready real quickly, I think we're going to get a photo pass out of this. This is a pass that I wasn't counting on. Low and to the left, going to make some good noise. Here comes Jeff Shetterly. Love those mini sonic booms created by the propeller tips going supersonic. He has been cleared to land. We also want to thank, in addition to all the other sponsors I've mentioned, our official tent company, Conventions and More. They can make your dream come true for all your rental needs. Call Conventions and More. If you need golf carts, call Clear Creek Golf Car, the official golf cart company of the air show. And we want to thank some great hotels for providing lodging for a lot of us. The Delta Hotel, the Hampton Inn, Midwest City. Home 2 Suites, Midwest City. Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham, Midwest City. Candlewood Suites in Del City. Spring Hill Suites in Del City. Please check out those people. Tinker Aero Show is proud to partner with many aerospace companies, including Lockheed Martin, Atlantic Aviation, Spartan College, Kratos, Warfeather, Field Aerospace, Aero Turbine, and the Oklahoma Defense Industry Association. Thank you for your support to our aerospace defense and our aviation industry. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Chatterley takes his bow with a little extra smoke, and we're going to go from radial rumble to the most powerful jet.
As we've heard all throughout the day, STEM is the heart of aviation, and it is crucial for the next generation. And in partnership with Tinker, we have local communities, schools, and aviation companies who have put together a 100% free STEM city. Let's take a look.
Many reasons why the air show is a fun event for the whole family, and this is one of them. I'm standing in the STEM City hangar, a place where kids can play with toys and learn at the same time. Here to talk a little bit about this is Cliff Harden, the Tinker STEM Outreach Coordinator. Cliff, what is STEM City?
STEM City is a science, technology, engineering, math. We wanted to tie everything together, basically what we do out here at Tinker Air Force Base with our MROs, the engineering group. So we have all sorts of fun activities for the kids. But yes, science, technology, engineering, and math.
I see robots flying all over the place here. What is this?
Absolutely. We have robots that can they blow bubbles. This one actually blows bubbles. So the kids are going to understand exactly robotics between mathematics, mechanical engineering is an integral part of what we do out here. There you go.
Children are our future. Why is STEM so important for the future?
Because we have science tech. Well, a perfect example. This right here, it's keeping me cool.
Yeah.
It's because of STEM. That's why. That's why.
I like it. Creative. That is kind of what is behind STEM, right?
Absolutely.
Having creativity skills.
Yes, sir. Having these creativity skills. So the activities that we have out here, we have everything from puzzles to straw rockets to building little miniature robots. And then also over there we have the Tinker, the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex is showing all the fun stuff that we do out here for those students so they can understand what we do.
Cliff, I want to thank you so much for joining us. STEM City will be here at the Tinker Air Show on both Saturday and Sunday. If you're here, stop on by and check everything out. Back to you.
Thanks, Clayton. Great report. And you know what? I think that's a nice place to be because you can get out of the sun for a little while, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Good thinking.
But getting ready to take to the air is the F-35 demonstration team. That's pilot Kristen Bayo-Wolf, and I won't get to the movie reference or anything, but you get the picture. But America's 9G-capable fifth-generation aircraft, it is going to be a sight to see. Let's kick it back out to the narrator, Rob Ryder.
Lightning 2. Reduced ability to detect the jet through the use of stealth technology. In order to remain covert, you must maintain a clean profile by carrying your missiles and bombs internally. With an internal payload capacity of over 6,000 pounds, the F-35 is the most lethal multi-role fighter jet in the world. If you ever wondered where those bombs and missiles hide, here is your answer. The F-35 possesses the capability to reach speeds 1.6 times the speed of sound, which equates to nearly 1,200 miles per hour. Today we will showcase just a fraction of this engine's capability. Watch now as Major Wolf accelerates to just below the speed of sound, covering an incredible 3 football fields per second. If that wasn't impressive enough, she will then pull back on the stick and catapult the Lightning II from 300 feet to over 3 miles. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for Freedom's Thunder on the High Speed Pass. In a dogfight, combat maneuverability is crucial. The Lightning II's advanced flight controls combined with its powerful engine gives the F-35 an impressive 1,500-foot turn radius. As Major Wolf approaches show center, she will light the afterburner and bank sharply, pressing her in the seat with up to 9 Gs or 9 times the force of gravity. After completing the turn, the F-35 will power straight up into a vertical climb and quickly change direction, flipping end over end in a maneuver we call the Lightning Loop. From your right, the Lightning II's combat radius turn. Ladies and gentlemen, Major Wolf has begun to reposition in preparation for the dedication pass. Major Wolf and the rest of the F-35 demonstration team from the 38th Fighter Wing wish to dedicate this pass to the men and women from all branches of the armed forces and their families who are so bravely fighting today's joint fight. We would also like to remember our wounded warriors and veterans in attendance and those who have given their lives defending this great nation. This will be your best photo opportunity, so get your cameras ready to capture this salute. Now, from over your right shoulder, the F-35 demonstration team proudly presents the dedication pass. Major Wolf will now demonstrate the Lightning II's crisp agility and handling. Notice that as she makes her approach, she is in the inverted position and will continue to stay inverted as she flies across the container. Coming in from your left, Major Wolf performing the inverted pass. The F-35 possesses the incredible ability to point its nose at will in a dogfight. Watch closely as the jet climbs more than a mile into the vertical and completes the Lightning Loop. And then while under complete control and without thrust vectoring, Major Wolf will execute a full 360-degree flat turn. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lightning II pedal turn. Watch now as Major Wolf flies across the aerobatic container and traces a square in the sky. Coming in from the left, the F-35 performing the unique square loop. The ability to maintain slow speed flight is crucial in combat. The potent combination of sophisticated flight controls, coupled with the most powerful fighter engine ever built, make it possible to reduce the F-35 speed to less than 100 knots. Coming in from your right, Major Wolf will demonstrate the F-35's slow speed capability. And then just as she approaches show center, you will once again feel the raw power of the engine as she lights the afterburner and accelerates the aircraft into a near vertical climb. Don't look away yet. As Major Wolf reaches the peak of her climb, she'll go inverted and reposition the aircraft by performing a split S. As she returns to show center, she will then accelerate rapidly and snap the F-35 through a series of aileron rolls to demonstrate the Lightning II's impressive roll maneuverability. Dropping in from the left, Major Wolf executing opposing rolls. As the most technologically advanced fighter aircraft in the world, the F-35's flight controls give our pilots a distinct advantage to outmaneuver their opponents. As Major Wolf approaches show center, she will complete more than 135 degrees of heading change in 3 seconds, slide the tail of the F-35 through the churn, and powerfully climb out of the maneuver. Closing in from the right, ladies and gentlemen, the tactical pitch. As Major Wolf repositions the F-35 in preparation for Heritage Flight, we would like to give a shout out to our expert maintenance team that made today's demonstration possible. Our F-35 dedicated crew chiefs, Staff Sergeant Jeffrey Williams from Mobile, Alabama, Senior Airman Jesse Easley from Houston, Texas, our avionics specialist, Staff Sergeant Zachary Stiles from Royce City, Texas, Senior Airman Franksville Zaragoza from Yuma, Arizona, our aircrew flight equipment specialist, Staff Sergeant Austin Noivong from Syracuse, Utah, our team public affairs advisors, and your newest staff sergeant on the team, Staff Sergeant Kalen Ergish from Green Bay, Wisconsin. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to describe the unique history of what you're about to watch. In 1997, the leaders of Air Combat Command assembled a select group of retired military and civilian performers to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force. From this gathering was born the Heritage Flight, a unique visual representation of the Air Force's history from the days of the Army Air Corps to the present. What started out as a one-time event has grown in popularity and demand, and now, Heritage Flights are performed at air shows and special events in the United States and around the world. Please turn with me now as this rare formation approaches from behind and overhead. Flying in formation today are a Vietnam-era F-5E Tiger II, piloted by Tommy Limiter Williams, and a United States Air Force F-35, piloted by Major Kristen Bayo Wolf. We would like to dedicate today's Heritage Flight to all military veterans in attendance whose sacrifices over the years have helped preserve America's freedom. We hope you enjoy watching this rare formation of classic and current United States Air Force aircraft. Please turn with me now and watch as this rare formation approaches from behind the crowd for the final pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Air Force Heritage Flight. We hope you've enjoyed watching and taking pride in this rare display of 75 years of air power heritage. We've got one last pass from United States Air Force team. Limiters coming in from the right with another high-speed pass. If you enjoyed today's performance, make sure to like and follow us on Facebook and Instagram at F35 Demo Team and tag us in all your social media posts at hashtag F35 Demo Team. It's been a pleasure, Tinker. It's back to you, Rob.
And the F-35A demonstration team has landed. The F-35A piloted by Major Kristen Beowulf. That's some pretty impressive stuff.
Absolutely. The F-35 is the Air Force's newest fifth-generation aircraft, and it was so awesome. We had an amazing performance to be able to see its capabilities.
Yes, multi-role stealth fighter will eventually replace the F-16 and the A-10. Just an impressive aircraft. And we talked with the Tinker Public Affairs team, and yesterday they actually did a podcast with Major Wolf and the pilot from the F-5 that you just saw up in the skies. And it's out there if you want to listen. It's pretty good.
Absolutely. You can check it out at Tinker Talks is the podcast. You can go to tinker.us. You can go to Tinker's website, and you can also download it wherever you download your podcasts.
Yeah, I just checked it out. Apple, Spotify, you can listen in. So if you want to hear more about the F-35 and its capabilities, go there. You can also follow the F-35 demo team. They're out on social media. They're on Twitter, Instagram. Just go out and look for them. We've got the Blue Angels coming up soon. That's going to be
excited.
1,500. I mean, the countdown's on.
Almost there.
Yeah, about 35 minutes or so. You can see the crowd behind us. It's getting hot out here, but crowd still out in force. So don't go anywhere right now. We're going to kick it back to the air show narrator, Rob Ryder.
Great Britain, for Italy, the Netherlands, Canada, Australia, Denmark, and Norway. They all participated in the program to develop this transformational jet aircraft. And in addition to those countries, other nations have purchased the aircraft. Israel, Japan, the Republic of Korea, Belgium, Poland, Singapore, Finland, Switzerland, and Germany. And all of those countries share very similar capabilities of this airplane, allowing them to operate in a combined effort. In other words, Italian F-35s could fly and have flown right alongside American F-35 aircraft, sharing the data with the incredible capabilities of sensor fusion. Sensor fusion gives the pilot greater than human visual capabilities, and the sharing capabilities of the aircraft among the partner nations can transfer amounts of data heretofore unbelievably thought possible. And it is truly, with its stealth capabilities, gives the allies of the free world an edge over those other countries who would steal our freedoms. Taxiing out now, we have aircraft representing the Women's Air Service Pilots, or WASP. These aircraft are from the National World War II WASP Museum.
It exists to honor the Women's Air Service pilots and their legacy, to tell their story to future generations and inspire the next generation of leaders and pilots and bright young people to follow in their aircraft. On the left is the WASP version of the advanced trainer, the AT-6, being flown by Brian Lang. On the right, the BT-13 is being flown by David Townsend. It's a basic trainer. These represent phases 2 and 3 of pilot training in World War II. Now, the Women's Air Service pilots were put together, and some 1,600 female pilots went through the exact same training as their male counterparts, but they did not see combat. But they did move airplanes from point of manufacture to bases all around. On the takeoff roll, there's Brian Lang. They're from Avenger Field in Sweetwater, Texas. I said 1,600 women. It was 1,800 from all over America to train as Army pilots during the war. They made a truly outstanding contribution to the war effort. They flew in every imaginable weather on every kind of non-combat stateside mission there was. They were the cream of the crop of their generation, and they led the way for many of the women in our armed services today. What is almost amazing is that when one considers the number of men and women who served in World War II, 16 million Americans served. There were 405,000 Americans who lost their lives in World War II. But training, flight training, is not the same today as it was back in those days. In the earlier days of aviation, it was a much more treacherous endeavor. Some 13,000 pilots lost their lives in training alone. In landing accidents, mid-air collisions, and other training accidents. So training was very, very challenging and not to be trifled with. With the aircraft we have today, flight training is much, much easier. The flight training in the early days, as I mentioned earlier today, took about 12 weeks, but as the need for pilots became more and more urgent, that 12 weeks was often shortened to 10, and then toward the latter part of World War II, got down to about 9 weeks. It was very intense training. The BT-13, the basic trainer, was a step up from the primary trainers like the Boeing Stearman biplanes or the Ryan Cornells.
Back here at Broadcast Central, Dan Hawkins and McKinnicott. Day one of this 2023 Tinker Air Show rolling right along. We are getting very close to the United States Navy Blue Angels, about 30 minutes or so. So we thought we would have a Navy guy stop by, and it's Captain Robert, call sign Skills Majoris. He's the commanding officer or the Commodore of Navy Strategic Communication Wing 1 here at Tinker. Sir, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on. My name's Bob Majoris. I'm the Commodore for the Navy corner of Tinker Air Force Base.
So we know you're in the Navy, and when we think Navy, of course, I know you get this a lot. You think they're going to be on the coast. But Navy in the middle of Oklahoma, what's that like?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of sailors that ask themselves the same question. And when I first got assigned here back in 2001, I asked the same question myself. This is a place where naval aviation is doing a very unique mission for the Department of Defense. and we have 2 squadrons here and only here that conduct a mission that connects the President of the United States and national leadership with nuclear strategic forces across the world. So inside of the airplane is communication gear that's custom designed to work in crisis environments, but to make sure that when the President and his advisors want to, they can communicate with their nuclear forces.
So, I mean, that's a pretty heavy mission and a lot of responsibility for your wing. And let's talk a little bit about the actual aircraft, the E-6B. I mean, and I when I read the fact sheet and it said crewed by 22 people, I was like, okay, there's a lot going on there. What does that really mean? I mean, people think, oh, the pilots, but there's a lot more going on.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot going on inside. It's basically a comm center that we take airborne. And so we have a lot of operators. We have people who are monitoring traffic that's going across different parts of the radio spectrum. And all those people are important. They're listening, and when something comes in that we have responsibility for, we verify that it's true and accurate, and then we blast it out across the rest of the spectrum to include space, and then we can even send it VLF, which is very low frequency, which can penetrate water. So all of the people on board help coordinate that effort. We can also stay airborne for a long time, and we have more than 2 pilots in order to supplement and keep things safe.
And not only do you have the wing or your facilities here, but you also have some geographical locations out in California and Maryland as well.
Right, so it's a jet airplane, and it can go far on a tank of gas. But the way that we operate is we work at a Tinker, and we detach to either coast, and we have some permanent party there to help us out with maintenance and some of our hotel services. We operate from those locations for periods of time, and that helps us get further out into the ocean and then back. Yeah, so we have locations that are forward operating bases.
Yeah, and I found it interesting, the TACAMO name, the take charge and move out. Where did that originate from?
It was one of the directives given to the project that was the genesis for what we do, and when it was said, okay, this is what we need an airborne transmitter that'll help us communicate with our nuclear submarines, take charge and move out. It's stuck. It got shortened. We have taken that as it's our charter and it's our calling.
So interestingly enough, I took a quick look at your bio before you came on, but I saw that you went to pilot training in Oklahoma.
I sure did.
At Vance Air Force Base. How did that happen? A Navy guy.
If you notice, so the E6, if you've seen it or would see it, it's white and it's of a similar size to several Air Force planes, but it's much larger than Navy planes. So the pipeline to get me trained took me so far through the Navy planes, and then when I needed to be able to complete my training and operate a heavy aircraft, Enid Vance Air Force Base was ideally suited. So I went up there. That was the pathway at the time for us to go and finish our training, and I got winged up there. That's where I got my wings of gold after I completed advanced training at Vance Air Force Base.
Very cool.
It was very cool.
We've been asking most of our interviewees this question today, but what is your favorite aircraft?
After the one you fly.
Yeah, so it would be the E6, and I have many fond memories on the airplane. It has taken good care of me, and it has taken also good care of my family through the career that I've had, and I've been able to fly it for hours and hours, and I've taken off before sunrise, and I've landed after sunset, and so I have a lot of memories on board. But when I was young and before I got into aviation, the space shuttle, and I know that's not an airplane, but it captured my attention while I was very young, and I clipped news articles, and I followed the space shuttle closely, and that got me very interested in aviation, and
very cool.
from there.
Well, on the theme of the air show, STEM takes flight, and so you said you were motivated and inspired by, the space shuttle, the space program. Was there a pathway you took to make sure that you could do this for a living as you got interested in it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm one of 5 children, and so when I thought about becoming an astronaut, because I did, I looked into it and I realized you had to be a pilot first. And I knew that going to a school dedicated to learning how to fly would be expensive. And as one of 5 kids, I thought maybe I need to look a little bit more deeply into it. And what I came across was the Naval Academy. I had good grades. I was interested and ambitious and athletic, and I realized that if I could go to the Service Academy and come out the other side, that they would train me to fly. And that was a path that seemed, very it's not accessible. It's very competitive to get in, but it was a great option for me. I set my sights on it early, and I did get into the Naval Academy, and that made a huge difference in my life.
Wow, that's an amazing story. I'm going to ask a super lighthearted question now. Dan and I have been tempted by the snow cone truck behind our shoulders all day. Have you had the chance to get in line and get one?
I haven't. I think that if anybody's listening and is nearby to it, they should go check it out, especially since the sun is out and the temperature's rising, and we all need to do what we need to do to stay hydrated. But that sounds like a tasty way to do it.
A live look there at the Fat Albert, the C-130J of the United States Navy Blue Angels. I mean, I know you've been around the Navy obviously for, 1 or 2 years now, but how many times have you seen the Blue Angels, you think?
I don't know if it tops 10, but it's probably pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it never gets old. I am so excited for and I love doing this interview with you guys, but I hope it ends before they take off, because I'm a big fan. I'm starstruck when I'm around the pilots. It's a really cool event, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we're going to let you go so you can get back to your family and watch the Blue Angels as they're getting fired up. Their ground show will start at 1500 or 3 o'clock for all the civilians out there watching. But, sir, thank you so much for your time and what you do for the nation and for our country.
Thanks, guys. It's been a pleasure.
That was Captain Bob Majoris, the Commodore of Navy Strategic Communication Wing 1. Let's kick it back out now to the narrator, Rob Ryder.
Mark Bradley. How about a nice round of applause, if you will, for Brad Lang flying the AT-6 for the Women's Air Force Service pilots. And David Townsend on short final. Now, as we look skyward in just a moment, as soon as we get David Townsend on the ground, we'll be getting ready to roll the music for Kent. But as you look skyward, please, kids, make sure you shield your eyes from the sun. We don't want to have any damage. Kent Peach is communicating with George Klein, our boss. All right, the music is going. You should be able to see the smoke generator on the wingtips, giving it some smoke as he spins down from 6,000 feet. Way to the right. He's in a spin. The airplane was there falling at about 2,500 feet per minute.
but the engine has been turned off. Occasionally you might see the propeller turn a little bit. That's just windmilling. It is not under power. This kind of skill actually points out why he was so deserving of having won both the Bill Barber Award for Showmanship and the Art Scholl Memorial Showmanship Award. Now, as Kent gets closer to the ground, Mike, go ahead and fade that music out. And what we're going to do is listen a little bit to listen to the sound of the wind whistling around the struts and the wings. But out there in front of us, Mark Bradley is there. The attempt will be for Kent Peach, after doing this full dead stick, as it is called, routine, to land and have enough energy to put the spinner of his non-moving propeller into the hand of Mark Bradley, who is standing out there in the middle of the runway right now. On short final. All right, Mark Bradley, put your hand out. Let's see if he's got the energy to do it. Touchdown. Let's see. He's running out of energy. Does he have enough to make it? Come on, folks. Can he do it? Yes, indeed. Wow. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, representing Jelly Belly Candy Company, with a great big thank you to Sporty's Pilot Shops for their PJ2 comm radio that he uses to communicate. Give it up all the way up and down the line for Mr. Kent Peach. Wow. Coming up in just a little bit, it's time for the Blue Angels. However, the official auxiliary of the United States Air Force is the Civil Air Patrol. It is a volunteer organization of some 55,000 senior members and cadets from 12 to 18, senior members 18 and up. They provide search and rescue missions. They do counter-narcotics missions. They are at the beck and call for airplanes that are lost, and cadets get aerospace programs and aerospace education, and it is a very, very great way to become involved with aviation. And as the official auxiliary of the United States Air Force, maybe have a leg up on somebody who wants to get into the Air Force. But today we're going to have a Civil Air Patrol aircraft fly by with a camera in it. It's going to be making 2 passes in front of the crowd and taking pictures to determine the size of the crowd. But I will just say this might be a good time if you're sitting next to somebody you don't want to be seen with. Might be a good time to move. So we're hoping for the CAP to come in here very, very shortly. Over your shoulder to the right will be visible in just a second here. You can wave or you can turn your back. This is also going to be a good time to grab something to drink to stay hydrated. And maybe make a pit stop, because at 3 o'clock we turn everything over to the United States Navy Blue Angels. In their first ever appearance at Tinker with the new FA-18 Super Hornet aircraft. I believe they're in their 4th season now flying it. 3rd season. Thank you, George. The CAP is way out there. Blue Angels coming up at 3. We'll be right back with you. And there goes your Civil Air Patrol.
As it gets to be time to introduce the Blue Angels, if you're interested in flying, I invite you to tune into my podcast. It's called I Learned About Flying From That. Stories of pilots who have gotten into difficult situations and lived to tell about it. It's based on Flying Magazine's most widely read column since the magazine started, and I hope you'll tune in and check it out. I learned about flying from that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have the opportunity of introducing to you the United States Navy Blue Angels. I have gotten to know this team over the last 20 plus years, and for a number of those years I've had the opportunity to go out to winter training and see the team at work during its very intensive training period as they prepare for each and every air show season. Let me tell you something about the men and women on the Blue Angels. The men and women officers and enlisted on this team are not given orders to join this most prestigious jet demonstration team. They in fact apply for a position on the team. They seek out a position on the team, and if they get the patch, if they get the crest of the blues, that means they will be away from their families for maybe 250 days a year. They will work intensively, 24/7, whatever it takes, to make sure that Fat Albert and the 6 jets you're about to see perform will be ready to go each and every time they step into them. It is a very, very difficult job, and
it is the moment we have all been waiting for as our headliner, the Blue Angels, are about to take to the sky.
They are the moment we've been waiting for. We've been leading up all day. The Blue Angels, their 77th year. They fly the FA-18 Hornet. That thing can go almost Mach 2. That's twice the speed of sound. It's really impressive. A wonderful team of 143 active duty soldiers and sailors that representing the might and the air power of the Department of the Navy. So let's send it out to the Air Show Central and Rob Ryder as he turns it over to the United States Navy. Blue Angels, enjoy the show, everybody.
It is with great pride that I present to you the Navy's Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron takes pleasure in performing for you this, our 28th flight demonstration of the 2023 season. I'm Lieutenant Commander Thomas Zimmerman, narrator for the Blue Angels. The Blue Angel maintenance crew and their equipment travel aboard a United States Marine Corps C-130 Super Hercules, affectionately known as Fat Albert. It is the large, blue and white aircraft taking its position on the runway to your left. Today, Fat Albert will be demonstrating the high-performance climb capability of the Lockheed Martin C-130 Super Hercules. On the runway, from the left, Fat Albert will soon be rolling. They'll accelerate to 125 miles per hour, perform a low transition, and execute a high-performance climb, placing the aircraft in a 45-degree nose-up attitude.
We on the airfield and airspace. You are clear for takeoff. Have a good one.
The C-130 Hercules, built by the Lockheed Martin Aircraft Company, was first produced in 1956. It was designed as a tactical transport aircraft capable of lifting heavy payloads both into and out of short or unimproved airstrips, as well as provide air delivery and close air support.
The aircraft is powered by 4 Rolls-Royce turboprop engines, producing more than 18,000 shaft horsepower, enabling takeoffs on runways as short as 2,500 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Strike is now positioning Fat Albert behind the crowd to the right for a parade pass, flown at airspeeds approaching 300 miles per hour. From the right, the Fat Albert Parade Pass. The C-130 is capable of carrying a payload of 40,000 pounds at a top speed of 375 miles per hour at altitude as high as 35,000 feet. Captain Strike is now positioning Fat Albert for a low-altitude high-speed pass. From the left, at 370 miles per hour, Fat Albert flat pass. Flown by an all-marine crew, led by Captain Jackson Strike from Omaha, Nebraska, Major Joshua Soul from Spokane, Washington, and Captain Sam Pedro from Osceola, Indiana. The enlisted air crew for today's flight demonstration are Staff Sergeant Lawrence Song from Aurora, Colorado, and Staff Sergeant Matthew Thompson from Woodstock, Georgia. Over the course of the big show season, Fat Albert will fly more than 100,000 miles, while carrying a normal show load of 45,000 pounds of fuel. 35,000 pounds of equipment, and a specialized maintenance and support team of nearly 50 personnel. Five Marine Corps squadrons currently operate aerial refueling versions of the C-130 Super Hercules. Designated the KC-130, they are capable of tactical in-flight refueling of jet, helicopter, and tilt-rotor aircraft. Additionally, Marine Corps KC-130s serve an integral role in the Marine Aircraft Task Force around the world. Most recently, they've been deployed in operations throughout South America, Africa, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Hi, and to the right, Captain Stripe will establish Fat Albert on a very steep approach angle, simulating landing in mountainous terrain or a hostile environment. To demonstrate the short field landing capability, they will touch down and immediately reposition the propellers to full reverse, stopping the aircraft in just 1,500 feet. You will notice the aircraft will not only stop quickly, but also produce enough thrust to taxi backwards. demonstration pilots are approaching the end of the runway to begin their takeoff sequence. Very shortly, Commander Armitage will call for the 3 Diamond pilots to take fingertip formation. In this formation, Blue Angel number 2 will be on the right wing, and Blue Angel number 4 will be on the left wing. From there, they'll initiate their takeoff roll, transition to the Diamond on liftoff, and commence the Diamond half scroll cage on takeoff. As the Diamond goes to the flight line, the 2 solar pilots begin their takeoff maneuver. In a dynamic display of the thrust-produced by the General Electric engines, Lieutenant Commander Bratton will roll Blue Angel number 5, 360 degrees immediately after takeoff with the landing gear still extended. Simultaneously, Lieutenant Commander Stanley and Blue Angel number 6 will execute a precise low transition. Pull the nose straight up and complete the maneuver the half loop, also known as an immelman, as he exits the flight line and curves to the right. They're on the runway now, establishing fingertip formation. They'll accelerate their engines to 85% power, carefully check their engine instruments, and give Commander Armitage a thumbs up, indicating they are ready to go. With a signal from each of his wingmen, Commander Armitage will call for the selection of afterburner, and the Blue Angel Diamond will initiate this afternoon's aerial demonstration. Accelerating 150 miles per hour, he'll pull back on the stick, flying the formation into the air. Immediately after liftoff, Lieutenant Houston will call for the landing gear and flaps to come up, and they'll commence the Diamond half scroll cage on takeoff. Now, to the left, Commander Armitage calls smoke on. All brakes now, burners ready now, and the Blue Angel Diamond is rolling. As they pass before you, you will notice the smoke is no longer visible while the engines are active. Formation 180 degrees to the upright position, completing the half Cuban 8. As the Diamond accelerates in the descent, they'll acquire the necessary airspeed to perform their next maneuver. Back to the right, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are rolling. Blue Angel number 5 will complete the dirty roll and takeoff, while Blue Angel number 6 executes a precise low transition and pitches up vertically at 6 times the force of gravity. The Blue Angel Diamond will momentarily be making its approach to the right. In relatively slow speed flight, they will give you an opportunity to get a close look at the precision formation flying that produces the 18-inch wingtip to canopy separation between these three aircraft from the right.
The Blue Angel Diamonds!
Solo pilots. As Lieutenant Commander Brett and Lieutenant Commander Stengel approach center point, they will roll their aircraft to 90 degrees angle bank and push forward on the stick as they perform the opposing knife edge pass. That is likely familiar to those of you who have seen the Blue Angels perform in the past. From the right, at 400 miles per hour, the Diamond Roll. All three aircraft flying as one in this graceful 360-degree rolling maneuver. Approaching inverted from the left and right, they will roll their aircraft 360 degrees crossing over center point. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing inverted to inverted roll. the left, the Diamond is setting up their next maneuver. Approaching center point, on Commander Armitas's command, all three pilots will simultaneously roll their aircraft 360 degrees as they perform the Diamond Halo roll. Here's Commander Armitas. Aircraft pilots and enthusiasts who appreciate the difficulties associated with killer aviation will enjoy this next maneuver demonstrated by the two solo pilots. To the right, Lieutenant Commander Bragg and Lieutenant Commander Stank will establish a mirror image formation. However, look closely, as both aircraft are the carrier landing configuration as they approach for a maneuver we call the Fortis. Who must land their aircraft on the small and sometimes pitching deck of an aircraft carrier at sea. Slow-speed flight is just as important as high-speed flight. In order to demonstrate the dirty, slow-speed handling characteristics of the F-18, Commander Armitage has called for the extension of landing gear and tailhooks by the three Diamond pilots as they execute a maneuver that is performed by no other jet demonstration team in the world today. From the left, the Diamond Dirty Loop. And exit the flight line vertically, showcasing the Super Hornet's turbo nose blow capability. once again, you should notice one significant modification. While the wingman, Lieutenant Commander Kapushansky, and Lieutenant Goosens maintain minimum wingtip to canopy separation, the flight leader is in the inverted position. From the right, the Blue Angel Farvel. From behind this spectator area, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are approaching the flight line at 400 miles per hour. As both pilots sustain 6 times the force of gravity to cross their aircraft over show center. Are now stacked down and aft on a 45-degree bearing line to establish a right echelon formation. From the right, at 378 miles per hour, the Blue Angel echelon parade. Setting up for the next maneuver, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are converging on center point to demonstrate the rapid roll rate on the M18's fly-by-wire flight control system. Crossing center point, they'll complete 2 consecutive rolls, totaling 720 degrees, with a combined closure rate of over 800 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing horizontal rolls. To the left, the 3 Diamond pilots have established a left echelon formation. Approaching center point, Commander Armitage will roll the formation 360 degrees into the 2 wingmen. Over the top, the 3 Diamond pilots will showcase their precision formation flying as they make a subtle modification while in the inverted position. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Angel changeover roll.
notice that the entire formation has smoothly shifted back into the Blue Angel Diamond. Virtually undetected. Lieutenant Commander Stengel completes the maneuver with a series of vertical rolls, while Lieutenant Commander Bratton completes his rendezvous with the diamond to the right. In a line abreast formation. Still maintaining minimum separation, the pilots must now align themselves by looking 90 degrees from their flight path towards Commander Armitas's aircraft. They'll climb up through vertical, under heavy G, as they perform the very difficult four-plane line abreast loop. Exit to the left. Commander Armitage calls for another formation change prior to detaching Blue Angel number 5. Seen several flight profiles of the F-18. The two sole pilots will next demonstrate precision roll rate control. Approaching center point, they'll roll their aircraft 360 degrees, pausing after each 90 degrees of rotation, crossing center point in the inverted position. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing 4-point hesitation roll. What you know about rolling down in the deep? Trail formation for a dynamic separation maneuver. Crossing center point, they'll climb up through vertical and smoothly shift back into the Blue Angel Diamond. Lieutenant Commander Stengel are approaching to demonstrate the impressive pitch rate of the F-18.
Crossing center point, they'll execute a maximum performance climb with a split-S reversal, bringing their aircraft back over show center. Commander Armitage is rolling out the diamond formation for their next maneuver, the barrel roll break. He'll climb up through vertical, roll the formation 90 degrees, and perform a split S, finishing with a dynamic separation maneuver. As the formation pulls the lever, each pilot will perform an individual breakthrough and exit the flight line in a separate direction. From behind the crowd, Commander Armitage is rolling out the diamond formation for another dynamic maneuver, the low grade cross. Approaching center point, each pilot will perform an individual break turn and exit the flight line in a separate direction. but follow their individual smoke trails as all four aircraft converge on center point with maximum closure and minimum separation. Slow speed, handling characteristics of the Super Hornet in the clean configuration. They'll pass before you, virtually standing Blue Angels 5 and 6 in the tails. At less than 120 miles per hour, the fly-by-wire flight control system provides the slow speed handling that sets the Super Hornet apart in the air-to-air combat arena. Ladies and gentlemen, this section high off the glass. Is rolling out to demonstrate the awesome power of these General Electric F44 engines. Let's listen as Commander Armitage calls for the selection of Afterburner by the 4 Diamond pilots. As they pass over center point, you will hear and feel the thunder of 8 engines producing 168,000 pounds of thrust. The Blue Angels, home-based in Pensacola, Florida, completed an intensive winter training period at Naval Air Facility El Centro, California. The beautiful weather of the Imperial Valley provided us with the optimum conditions to fly each of the demonstration pilots on the 120 training flights necessary prior to our first public demonstration. Our show season opened on the 11th of March and runs through early November. The Blue Angels will perform 65 flight demonstrations this season while visiting 32 cities throughout the United States and Canada. The next portion of our flight demonstration will showcase all 6 aircraft flying together in formation. The Blue Angel Delta has been our signature 6-plane formation since 1958. Behind the crowd to the right, the 2 solo pilots are joining the Diamonds to form the Blue Angel Delta. From the right, at 400 miles per hour, the Delta roll. All 5 women maintaining position as they roll 360 degrees over center point. Observe as Commander Armitage brings the formation back towards the flight line. Very shortly, all 6 aircraft will be approaching for the Blue Angel fleur-de-lis. In an aerial salute to our forward deployed forces, all 6 aircraft will separate, perform individual 360-degree rolls, and the 4 Diamond pilots will rendezvous through a looping maneuver. From the left, at 450 miles per hour, the Blue Angel fleur-de-lis. Let's listen in. Are the final stage of their rendezvous, and will soon be back on the wings of Commander Armitage. With the fleur-de-lis rendezvous complete, the Diamond will pass before you and exit the flight line to the right. Solo pilots are rejoining the Diamond for another Delta maneuver. As they rendezvous, observe as Commander Armitage executes a reversal turn, rolling out the formation for the Delta loop break across.
Passing through vertical, Commander Armitage tilts his head back, picking up the flight line here at Tinker Air Force Base. Over the top, he's floating the formation to place them directly over show center. Now, watch closely as Commander Armitage calls smoke on, ready break. They will perform a half-cubanate reversal turn. As they pull up over the top, you should be able to follow their individual smoke trails as all 6 pilots simultaneously roll their aircraft 180 degrees and head back towards show center. From 6 different directions with maximum closure and minimum separation, they will converge on center point and cross with a combined closure rate of nearly 1,000 miles per hour. Invite you to visit our website and follow us on social media, including Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. In front of the crowd, the Delta is making its approach to the flight line. Approaching center point, the entire formation will separate in dramatic fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Angel Delta Breakout.
Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron represents a time-honored tradition of pride, professionalism, and excellence, spanning 112 years of naval aviation. The 2023 team takes a great deal of pride in saluting Navy and Marine Corps aviators, maintenance crews, and support personnel everywhere. From the right, your 2023 Blue Angels. Placed upon naval aviators is that they be able to land their aircraft on a ship at sea. Whether it be a tactical jet, propeller-driven aircraft, or a helicopter, each requires skill which the naval aviator must master. In order to perfect this skill, Navy and Marine Corps pilots spend a great deal of time in the landing pattern practicing carrier approaches. In front of you now, Commander Armitage and his wingmen are demonstrating a simulated carrier pattern. Approaching the runway from the right, Commander Armitage is confirming that the landing checks have been completed and that each aircraft is in fact ready to land. Rolling out on final, they'll make constant power and lineup corrections, maintaining the optimum rate of descent for the proper touchdown point. In demonstration of even Washington Warriors are most all part of the team. The men and women in the blue uniforms standing before you are members of the elite Blue Angel maintenance crew. Through hard work, many long hours, and unselfish dedication, they have each year, for the past 77 years, provided us with the aircraft availability necessary to accomplish these flight demonstrations. As the aircraft taxi back, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce to you the Blue Angel maintenance crew. Command Master Chief Eric McDermott from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Crew Chief number 4, Red Hyde from Morganton, North Carolina. First Mech brings Miguel Garibaldi from Jalisco, Mexico. Crew Chief number 5, Gideon Michael from Lagos, Nigeria. First Mech Power brings John Russell from Montgomery, Alabama. Crew Chief number 6, Joseph Salvatore III from San Diego, California. First Mech Power brings Joshua Watson from Maryville, Tennessee. Crew Chief number 7, Sean Donahue from Santa Cruz, California. Runway Truck Alert Crew, DVIDS from Oakland, California, Edwin Nolasco from Los Angeles, California, Joshua Spoon from Roanoke, Virginia, Matthew Rowe from Culver City, California, and Michael Donaldson from Britain, California. Quality Assurance Representative Taylor Brown from Davie, Texas, Aerospace Medicine Technician Aaron Lewis from Newport Beach, Virginia, Public Affairs Representative Paul Archer from Napa, California, Video Technician Nicholas Minsky from Mount Maryland, and Darren Cole from Fairbanks, Texas. Logistics Support Representative Christopher Turner from Fort Wayne, and Brian Hubbard from Georgia.
And that was our headliner, the U.S. Navy Blue Angels. We waited all day to see them, and they definitely did not disappoint, showcasing their precise precision with that amazing performance. Wow.
Yeah, really incredible stuff from the Navy's flight demonstration team, the Thunderbirds. A reminder that we will have the show tomorrow back here, 11 o'clock. So if you missed anything, want to see it again, we'll be right back here. We'll have a lot of different folks stopping by to do interviews, including Major Wolf from the F-35 demonstration team. A lot of different things. A reminder, if you need updates before you come out to the air show tomorrow, check out the Tinker Air Force Base social media pages as well. You can find an updated list of events and times on the tinker.af.mil website as well. So a big thank you to our 2nd Audiovisual Squadron out of Hill Air Force Base and the 3rd Audiovisual Squadron out of JBSA Lackland. They have brought you these pictures all day long, and they were fabulous.
Yes, and the Blue Angels was the perfect way to wrap up day 1 of the 2023 Tinker Air Show, and we will be back here tomorrow on Tinker TV, so stay tuned for that.
So for McKenna Gott and our entire crew here this afternoon from Tinker Air Force Base, I'm Dan Hawkins. So long. We'll talk to you tomorrow from Oklahoma City.